Hey Lola Wolf, nice to see you back. Just gotta find some music for myself. Cool, there we go. I have a new toy now, a little Rick and Morty spaceship coming out of my laptop. Pretty about it. Alright, so anyone tuning in now, I'm just finishing up this shot I got a late start on today. Just gotta get Radishita into perspective. Whoops. Let's just move all this to the correct camera position. Let's get Bento a little more where I want him. Oh man, my cat's being crazy. Anyway, all right, Radishita, what are we gonna do with you? All right, we're gonna work this dude into perspective a bit, which I always think is a really tricky thing to do with rigs. And every time I see it in television, I'm like, oof, glad that wasn't my job. Until it is. So start with some little cheats. Oops. If anyone saw the episode 2 of season 4 of Rick and Morty, there's one cool perspective thing I set up. I didn't animate, I just set it up. But there's a shot of the character Tony sitting on Rick's toilet, and it's from like a down angle. It's from Rick's point of view. And so I don't know if it got edited after I touched it, but yeah, I set up Tony to be in a better perspective. So every time I see that shot, I'm like, oh, that's pooping Tony, that's me. I got him to look like he was pooping from a down angle. And that will be the greatest accomplishment of my life. But just to fault myself a bit, there's another shot in that sequence of Rick opening up his arms in a tricky perspective, and I gave it a shot, and it didn't look good, so they gave it to someone else. So I got my limitations. But this isn't the Rick and Morty stream, this is the Bento 3 stream, where I talk about Bento. What the hell is my cat doing? I hear her running around in the bathroom and it's freaking me out. Also, that cat's become a much more a part of what I talk about on the stream than I cared for initially. Such is life. might be good enough. Maybe I can just cheat this a bit. I also hate when this happens. Hang on. Okay. Oops. There are just some things about Radishida's design that I would do over if I were to restart this project. He's a little, mostly his waistline, it's just a little complicated. Like, I'm actually just gonna redraw it, which I almost never do. I always try to use the rig assets as much as I can, but Radishida is just too complicated. Hey Abdullah, do you want to go over some background stuff now? I'm going to show you how to make a masked grid. Expect like a, I don't know, 10-second delay when talking to me on here. I think that's pretty much how it works. If you ever need anything imminent of me, call me, beat me, if you want to reach me. Oops. While this is buffering and I'm waiting for your response, I have a pitch for you. Come next October, you should be a crab for Halloween and call everybody, say, I'm Crab Doula. Actually, now that I'm saying this pitch, I'm realizing that I'm not even sure if Abdullah is the proper pronunciation of your name, which is embarrassing of me to admit. I apologize if I've offended you. But I appreciate you. I hope you're still with me. Yes, you can see that when I'm animating and having conversation, I'm not at my full width capacity. Oh man, look at me. I'm actually drawing. I like never do that. Yeah, I am, aren't I? It's too bad. Oh well. Got any advice, Enrique? Trying to properly use blending nodes. I looked at one of your comps. It didn't seem like you had it hooked up right. Let me show you how blending nodes work, from what I understand. Whoop. Alright, here, let's see. Get the node view. Wait. Where are you using them in the animation? Where are you using? I'm not using them in the animation, actually. In fact, I don't use blending. Well, you know what? Actually, there is one thing I use blending nodes for, and that might be a good example of how to use them. So here's Radishita's rig right here, this group. I'll just make a new drawing. I'll name it Shadow. Thank you, Philip. I'll take a cutter, throw that right here, plug that bad boy in. And before I put a blend node in there, I'll just start to go, and I'll just really make a. Let's just make a new color. We'll make it, I don't know, turquoise. Just bump this up. You know, make a really whoa. Oh wait. Oh, I don't want the cutter going right now. So I'll make a really. Am I in this? What's happening? Oh, I know what's happening. Let me just put it in the composite so I can see it. Okay. So I'll make a really rough shadow. Blue, 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 blue. Wow, what a good shadow. Right? And then, okay, so let me remember how to do this. So, okay, I have it in the reverse order. The cutter should go on the drawing, and it's being cut by the rig, but then I'll flip it. So essentially the rig is just, you know, like acting as a mask for the shadow. But, you know, if I look at it now, oh, what? It doesn't even show up in the render view. Why is that? I'm gonna do some little tests here. Oh, it might be. I think it's because of Z space. That's why. It's because I have Radishita's rig further up in Z space. So if I were to just bring this up in Z space, I think. Yep. That was it. Z space issue. So now that's like that, but it looks. You know, I want it to blend, right? So node library. What's that crap called? Blend. Yeah, blending. So if I put it here now of course, if I open up the properties, which always go into my other second window, I feel like multiply is a good one typically. Yeah, you know, you can see it doing its job. It doesn't look good in this blend mode, but it's working. Add is always a lovely blend mode to use. So basically using the node menus, you can make Radishita. Yeah. It's reading as a mask. Yeah. Wait. Oh wait. At least it's reading it as a mask when it's actually the animation. Yeah, I mean anything going through that cutter is going to be the mask, and which is handy because when this thing is moving around, it's still masking, um, right? Yeah, it's cool. So that's how that works. Yeah, I think what you were doing, from what I saw, was you were just putting the blend mode directly underneath what you wanted it to like be blending on, like like here, which you want to have layers. You want to have something blending into this. It is pretty cool, right? It does end up still being pretty complicated. Like I would have to still animate and move this mask around. Like if his arms were moving, like I'll show you even. Like if I were to move this arm, it's not like, hang on. It's actually very hard to move things in the render view. Like the shadow isn't like coming with it. It's staying where it is. But still, like especially for hand-drawn animation, I don't mind going in there and just like drawing the shadow like that. It's cool. It's way easier than, drawing the shadow onto the artwork itself and then when you want to edit it. Exactly. Exactly. So it's a great tool. And sometimes even with rigs it can be really handy like that. So hopefully that answers your blending question. Yes. Oh yes, it's hell on earth, especially with vectors, man. I hate looking at all the paint on paint vectoring into each other. Which, by the way, which is why I was saying when you were like, "Can I just paint over paint?" I was like, "You can, but you're not gonna want to." And just for your reference too, if you ever want to use it in the paint bucket tool, there is a repaint option. So if you're ever like, "Oh, I actually don't want, this to be red. I want it to be blue," you can, as opposed to having two layers over each other, you can repaint it blue, and that might just save you some revision. Yeah, go for it, or just feel free to ask me again. It's no problem. Did you figure out the grid? I can show you how to do a grid right now if you'd like. But it's a very similar principle as this. Once you have the grid in place, what actually? So how I don't know which background you're working in, but the one that I revised, you'll notice I separated the color art and line art within the platform that they're fighting on. So you're gonna essentially take a color node from the node library. You're gonna find color. Plug it in. This actually might have color going through it, just as a good example. Let's see. Is there any color information coming out of here? Just look at display 6 and see. Oh yeah, there is. See, I have all my color coming out into this color node. Let's put it back to its regular display. Here, I'll undo this as an example. So I'll put the cutter. Yeah, let's say. Yeah, I want Radishita's. Oh sure. Wait, I think you have him already. Not this Radishita, but I think I gave you the other one, the like normal one, not the evolved one. Yeah. Oh wait, hang on. Composite node. Alright, so I have the shadow going. Why isn't the shadow showing up? I don't know. Well now, oh wait. Yes I do. I'm in the wrong display. There we go. Alright, so if I wanted him to just cut into these colors, I'd of course put a cutter on the shadow. have the color art feeding into the node. So yeah, and then if I went back to display and we actually saw this, display regular. Yeah, we see it doing its thing. Although in this version, I'm making this actually very confusing. I'm not doing this in a very conventional linear manner, but hopefully all I'm saying is to get that grid to lay onto the platform, put a cutter on the grid, and then send the color art into the cutter as a mask. And then what you'll also probably need to do is make sure that the line art of the platform is over the platform in hierarchical, left to right composite form. Yeah, play around, and if you need any help, I'll even do it and walk you through it. But hopefully this helped. Cutter is the answer. Can you show me how the composites work again? Yeah. I think of them essentially as the plus button of Toon Boom. So, say for example, like what I want right here, I want to be able to see Radishita and this shadow, and or I want to combine them into something. So here's Radishita. Here's my composite. So Radishita in here, shadow in here. So that's what this information is now. I really should, man, right? And so yeah, like you could even check your display as like a way to see what this information is. Composite is, Radishita and shadow. That's what's happening within this composite. Some other things to know too. This is a little advanced, but you can always open it up. There's not a lot in here I think that would be useful for you to know, but one thing that might be useful in case you ever run into any weird Z-space issues, which you shouldn't, because I don't think I'm asking you to do much Z-space stuff, but in case you do, so the default composite is always set to bitmap. Pass-through is a much better pass-through is a much better mode to have. And you'll know composites pass-through because it will look more like, it'll have these little diagonal sides as opposed to being completely rectangular. And essentially it means that it will take, I don't even know exactly what it means. It essentially just means that there's no more Z-space issues. A lot of times that I'm like, why the hell can't I get this hand to go over this arm without fucking everything up? I just have to switch this composite. I doubt you'll need to use that, but you just asked about composites, so I just started talking my head off about them. But to put it more simply, they're an additive expression to help you combine things, and also just sometimes just clean things up. If you look at the background I gave you, as opposed to having like everything going into the main composite node that gets to the main display, sometimes you just want to break up things into separate, let me show you Radishita's rig, for example. Here's all the pieces of his arm, and it's all going into this composite before I send it into this main composite, which even then is going into another composite, which is then going to the main display. This is a very messy node actually, because I was doing some experiment. It used to be a lot cleaner until I was trying to. This little section right here was me experimenting with giving him a like a shadow that I wouldn't have to animate. That didn't really work out. You'll see. Yeah, here's another point where I was like, all right, all this information here, put that in one composite, so it's a little, that's that section, that's a little cleaner for me. In what's all this stuff? Here's all his head. Here's one eye. All the pieces are going into this one composite, which is then going into this composite, to make up, which makes up his whole head, and then that's going into here. By the way, I wonder what would happen if I switch this to pass through. Nothing really. Anyway, yeah, composite's just a good way to add properties together, and it reads left to right, of course, and if you have it set to pass through, it will then take Z space into better consideration. But if you're not futzing with Z space, that shouldn't matter too much to you. Alright, I think I'm done with this shot basically. I could maybe teach Toon Boom one day. That would be maybe fun. Maybe I'll be one of those Toon Boom ambassadors. But then I can't say anything good about other software. It can't be like, just do it in After Effects. They'll be like, no, you can do it in Toon Boom. It has a great particle system. Spoilers, it does not have a great particle system. Mine share the feed on Face. Oh, I see you regretted that message. Mind if I share this feed on Facebook? Yeah, please go for it if you think it's valuable to anyone. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Yo, if you find my Toon Boom knowledge to be valuable, give this comment a like, or this video a like. Messed up that joke. I think you see a lot less of that nowadays in YouTube videos. Just people being like, yo man, if you think Redishita's swole, give this video a like. And how swole do you think he is? Let me know in the comments. That stuff's always so transparent to me. For those not in the know, YouTubers ask you to let them know what you think of so and such in the comments, because the more engagement there is in a video, engagement being things like comments and likes and shares and stuff, the more the algorithm of YouTube will boost the video up and get more people to watch it. So when people ask you things like, man, like, I mean, but that's just my opinion. What do you think about this episode of, I don't know, Looney Tunes? They're not usually authentically asking you what your thoughts are on anything. They're just trying to season the algorithm of their YouTube video. That's me being a little cynical. I won't lie. But in case anyone didn't know that, it's good to know. Everyone is lying to you but me. I care about you. Please like, comment, and subscribe. I think I'm good. Time to do a new shot. Actually, time to use the restroom. Give me a second. Okay. Time to pick a new shot to do. Just move my spreadsheet over here. I just did this one. It makes sense that I do this one now. Oh no it doesn't. I need one more voiceover before I can do that one, which I'm recording Wednesday. Oh, I'll do this one. I already have most of that setup done. Okay, let's get it. 64, I should be able to copy 61C. Okay. So if I save as, yes, here's the very fun part of animating, which is a file organization. Everyone's favorite thing to see. 64. Okay, cool. Now the next fun step is I have to import my Animatic so I know the timing and everything and the audio. Thank you. Did you show them both episodes? I am proud of this cartoon series, even though people like Enrique come into the chat and tell me that my channel's dying, although he's not completely wrong. Nice. Thank you. I think so too. I've come across a lot of people who like episode 1 more, which is cool. But I'm like, man, I think 2's where it's at. It's just ridiculous. Plumpy evolves. How do you mean? Just like he has more to do and say in that one? In which case, yes, I agree. I think that's a better episode for Plumpy. This one, Plumpy doesn't get very much time to shine, unfortunately. He has some good moments, but this is much more Bento's episode than it is Plumpy, which I felt bad about, but then I was like, oh wait, the name of the series is Bento Banana, not Plumpy time. Let's just take this frame as a place to start. Yeah. Thank you for saying that. He definitely plays his role well in this episode. I found out the people who. Oh, for sure. Thanks, man. Ooh, that's a good looking hand. Interesting. What's this about? Oh. Another Z-Space issue. Hmm. Why does it take hours to animate? I don't know. Give it a shot. You'll find out. I guess, it takes a long time to draw one picture, and it takes 24 pictures a second to make an animation. So pretty quickly, it eats up time quite fast. if anyone's paying attention, I have a question. I have some input to get. So in this shot, Bento is right now looking at his credit card, putting it into his phone 2 times, but then he closes his eyes and has this internal moment to himself. Should he continue typing in his credit card information even though his eyes are closed, or not? That's where I'm at. Right now I'm erring on the side of no. It'll just be too distracting, I think. But I don't know. It could be funny. Those are the kind of decisions you have to make when you make Bento Banana. This shot might be done, or not done, but like just about done. Oh, whoops, that should be moved here. Let's just get those pupils to animate. We could probably do this real lazy like, and just, yeah, like this. I want him fast. I want him very fast. Yep, like that. Hmm. What is happening? Hmm. Weird. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That explains it. There we go. Oh, Toon Boom. You're weird. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. I think this shot's done. Oh. I think I'm done with this shot. Let's do another. or at least prep another one. Let me just cross some stuff off my board. You and where'd it go? You. Cool. Right? Yeah. What's the next one? All right. I'm going to start a pretty hard one today. By the way, I just counted my shots that I have animated. 61 of them, I think, have been animated out of 94. Let's look. Yeah, out of 94. Some of these I barely even count as shots. They're like, you know, 4 or 5 frame flashes, but I counted them as shots, so they're shots, I guess. But I'm a good ways in. There are still a handful of really, really tough shots I haven't touched yet. Some of them I think might even end up taking me a full week to do. But I'm going to tackle one of those tricky ones right now. And it's going to be a pretty cool one. It's this one right here, 23C. Doubt I'll finish it today, but let's get it started. It's possible I will. There's been a handful of really tough shots that I thought would take me forever, and I've been like, oh, that only took a little bit of forever. 23C. Yeah, just double checking. I'll open this up to anyone. If anyone has animation that they want me to look at or review, ideally your own, I'm more than happy to give my 2 cents. setting up a camera. I'm experimenting with actually using a good camera. Probably not going to happen today, but it's in the works, guys. I've got a DSLR that wants to share my pretty face with the world. While this is loading, I want me to share some cool work swag from Rack and Morty. So this one's right here. I have a light of the spaceship coming out of my Wacom tablet that I'm very, very into. They just gave me this recently. I'm wearing this hoodie of them, but my favorite of all, get this. If you're not sitting down, sit down. The Pickle Rick coffee mug. I didn't even realize that I needed this in my life. And now I have it. And everything feels complete. The Buddha often talks about how there's no such thing as a sense of completion that comes from obtaining something or fixing something. But he's wrong. Getting this mug has fixed everything for me. The Pickle Rick mug is my life. Now that I'm done bragging about my merchandise, let's get animating. So, this is a tough shot. Let me just play the animatic for you. This is, yeah, it's like a Dragon Ball Z fight. It's tough, but maybe not as tough as it looks, because, you know, here's just this kind of like loop of them shaking. And then, yeah, it'll look like this kind of. And then we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 keys essentially, which is a lot. That's big, but they pretty much just kind of pop from pose to pose, so not a lot of animating between them. So we'll call it like 10 or so drawings. Then they get into this pose and just kind of stay here and shake for a little while, and then it repeats. So I think it's doable. I mean, it's of course doable, but I mean to say, it's not like 90. Where do I have this stop at? 88 frames of like pure Sakuga. All right, Enrique, I think you need a timeout because you're a little sassy. Cool. Now, let's get animated. This is one of those shots that might look better if I, well, not look better, but would flow better or be easier to animate maybe if I drew it. But as I've said before, I really want this short to look digital, and just using the rig as much as I can is gonna help that aesthetic carry through. So, as cool as it would look for me to like actually go in there and hand draw these frames, I want to use the rig. Probably have to redraw that hand though, which I'll do later. Hey, Eddie Catboy. Good to see you again. For a computer mouse, I assume, right? Not really. I don't even know what I use. But it has a G on it. I mean, what are you trying to get one for? For animating, it doesn't really matter. For gaming, it does, but I couldn't tell you. I'm not part of the PC master race. Not yet, anyway. I'd like to be. I don't know. I would just go to GameStop, or I mean, at Best Buy. Just go to Best Buy and ask them, what's the mouse of a true gamer? How do I snipe noobs the most efficient way? long shot. I'm already feeling it. Oh shit. This is gonna be a really hard one. How did I get that pose? Damn it, Ari. Why did you make me do this? Let's check something real quick. Okay. Well, there's one thing to do. Just get him more about here. that's looking. 50. There you are. The hell are you doing there? Come here. Oh. Oh. Oh, hey, Justin. You've just caught me caressing my cat. She is quite the distraction. How are you, buddy? I'm sleepy. I just started. I've been doing this more frequently. I have a DSLR camera right there. I'm hoping I'll get a cooler setup over time. But right now, yeah, I'm doing pretty good. This is a tough shot I'm on currently. Hang on. Don't run away, Nifty. Just because I'm not petting you right now. I sort of solo this. I'm trying to do this, like, Dragon Ball-esque shot of them fighting. And, well, no, I think it's going just okay right now. I have a few poses of Bento that feel kind of solid. So, I don't know. I'll try to flesh those out and make them better. But otherwise, still on hiatus. I'm trying to get back into exercising a bit more. Taking care of this cat. She takes up a lot of my CPU now. And I'm playing a lot of Death Stranding now. It's great. Death Stranding is awesome. I haven't played any other Kojima game, but Death Stranding is dope. You gonna play Death Stranding? It is, on a narrative level and on a mechanics gameplay level. Although actually the gameplay stuff makes more and more sense pretty quickly. They just kind of hit you with a lot. And it's also a pretty unique game, so it's not like, yeah, I know how to play a 3D platformer. Or like, oh, this is derivative of this, any other shooter game. It's like, no, this is a weird game. I can't compare it to much. I don't know. Like, it's the first game I can think of where the amount of cargo you have has a serious toll on your stamina and everything. Yeah, I gotta beat Luigi Mansion 3. I got like pretty far. I've got like four floors left to explore. I had a weird moment playing Luigi Mansion where I was kind of like sort of thinking about, you want down? You want down? Get out of here. You're crazy. I was thinking about just kind of where I stand now with Nintendo as a consumer, whereas Luigi's Mansion 3 is so damn charming. It's so pretty. It's so cute. It's so fun, and in its aesthetic. Playing it it's almost challenging enough for me to feel like I'm having fun, but not quite. Only every once in a while do I come across a puzzle or a boss or something where I feel like I'm using enough of my CPU, my mental CPU, that I'm immersed and I'm flowing and it's fun. But I'm usually like, oh, this puzzle needs Guigi. The game feels like an amusement in the sense that it's like it's kind of like tells you like, go here, now go here. Whoa, look at that. Like, yeah, it is. So I'd like to beat it. I just like to kind of see how it all ends. but I can't say exactly that. It didn't feel like a game made for me. And I spent some time trying to think, like, man, like, Luigi's 1 was so good. Like, what was so good about that game this game doesn't have? And it's like, you're not 11, for starters. But I do think that the atmosphere was creepier and cooler in Luigi's Mansion 1. But still, And I had almost a similar issue with Mario Odyssey that I didn't want to admit to myself, which was that the game is like, it's a perfect game. It's just intended for a younger audience, and they do have a good amount of missions and mechanics and stuff intended for real gamers, but it didn't feel like I was really the target audience, and a lot of times I was like jonesing for more of a challenge. And that sort of brings up the broader issue, which is that's like all 3D platformers. And 3D platforming is my favorite genre. It's a dying genre, and whenever they do make one, it's usually for kids. I did like A Hat in Time. That was fun. But that's my Nintendo spiel. And yes, I agree with you. The designs of the ghosts kind of suck in the new one. I'm just pulling up for Animal Crossing, New Horizons, and Breath of the Wild 2. I don't know if I'll play Animal Crossing, because I haven't played any of them before. I'm sure they're awesome. There's a time suck. I'll probably just watch my girlfriend play it, because she's going to get it. Breath of the Wild 2, though, hell yeah. I can't wait for that. On the subject of flow and difficulty, that was something I had a weird nuanced issue with Breath of the Wild, which is that like the difficulty of the game is dependent on, I mean, your skill, of course, but also what you're carrying, like your weapons and your armor and stuff. And so there just came this point where nothing was challenging anymore, and I was just roaming a world like a god, looking for something that was a challenge. I remember you avoiding Minecraft for the same reason, so I totally get passing. Yeah, I actually am more allured by Animal Crossing, but I think it has more so to do now, oddly enough, is that I love playing Isabelle and Snatch Ultimate. So I'm like, I want to get to know you, Isabelle. What's your story? What are you about? What do you like to do? What goes on in that little dog head of yours? So, but also, that is a game that a surprising amount of my friends play, and because it has online capability and exploring your friends' houses and stuff, there's a social mechanic to it that I'm like, okay, maybe I'll play this one. But I don't know, man. It's hard enough to make this cartoon and have a life. So I'm sort of about the get in, get out. I like a game that's, I don't know, 20 to 30 hours is pretty good. I'm not one of those guys who's just like, man, like, how can this cost $60 and I've only spent like 200 hours playing it? That always annoys me. I feel like I'm against a lot of the popular Reddit opinion of people are just like, I can't believe this is DLC. It should have come with the game. I'm like, no, you're an entitled baby. I really have to pick my games now. I only have time for a few a year. Yeah, man, we got responsibility now. I don't mind it though, honestly. Like, I still love games, and I have like even a deeper respect for them now, I think, than I did as a kid. Yeah, oh God of War is something I'm still very curious to play. I don't know if it's gonna happen because I have other stuff on my list, but I was interested. It looked cool, and I just kept hearing amazing things about it. I didn't end up playing Pokemon. Granted, I also watched my girlfriend play it a lot, and she just kept being like, "This isn't that cool. This is fine." And I was like, "All right." I think I just want to look at the new Pokemon and watch them fight. I don't know that I truly need to go on that quest again. But the Pokemon I saw, I liked a lot. It rocked my world. Go there, fresh everything there. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. She's also very critical. I might give it a shot. Oh, you weren't talking about Pokemon. Oh, you were talking about God of War. Oh, got it. Oh, you regretted it. I'm sorry to hear. What were your major issues with it? From what I heard from her, and also just kind of what I saw, and was like, that's kind of lame. It was like, I felt like the fact that every Pokemon battle took place in that soccer stadium took away a lot of the personality of those trainers. And that there's no Elite Four, you just fight them again, is kind of like a bit of a cop-out. And going back to my whole thing about Flo, it didn't look challenging. Like, I don't think she ever lost one battle while playing that game. Which, you gotta get some punishment in there. There has to be something that you feel proud of yourself for beating. So, it was flat, too easy, no risk taken. Didn't like Kaiju Pokemon so much. That's a funny word for them. Character weren't very memorable. Wasn't very pretty. Yeah. They're, I don't know if this was a meme or not or something. It was ridiculous. But, like, I came across some Twitter account, a few of them actually, that were going on these long rants about how bad the new Pokemon game was. And in the middle of their rant, they said something along the lines of like, we need to write to President Donald Trump to make sure that Game Freak never makes another Pokemon game again. And we need to do it fast before he gets impeached. And I could not tell if it was a joke or not. But there's so much to unpack there. Ridiculous. Ugh. I do love that chubby Pikachu's in that game, but only if you got the whatever that other Pokemon game was with Pikachu. Let's Go Eevee and Hey Ho Pikachu. I don't know. Games, man. Gotta love them. Yeah, I want to save. This is going to be a hard pose. Oh, wait. This will make it a little easier. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hey Justin, if you're still there, do you follow any Smash streamers still? Like Mango or anyone? Oh, no problem. I didn't know you were at work. Um, what did I say? Um, Nothing significant. I did ask you if you watched any Smash streamers still, like Mango or anyone. If there's any channel you recommend I check out. Oh, yes, I do love a good fat Pikachu. God damn. Give me that thick Pikachu. Yeah, I feel that. I still play occasionally, but it's just, yeah, it's just harder to keep up with. Not the same without a community behind you. If I had friends at work who played, I'd be all about it. But although I am gonna go to a friend of mine has a casual tournament he's hosting on Friday, so I think I'm gonna go give that my all. And I think I'm gonna realize how rusty I've gotten, and it's gonna really destroy my ego. Do you like Banjo? Yeah, I like Banjo. Haven't even played Terry. I mean, yeah, I've played with Terry, but like I don't care. I don't know who Terry is. I love Banjo. I love playing as Banjo. I love when you play against friends who never played Banjo-Kazooie, so he's just like a gross hick to them, and you just destroy them, and he just goes, yuck, and they're just upset and mad. And he also controls, I think, very uniquely compared to the other characters. Like, he takes some getting used to. Yeah, he's great. I wouldn't have minded if he was just a Captain Falcon clone. That's fun to imagine. I mainly asked about the Smash streamers thing because I'm trying to get better at doing this stuff, streaming I mean. And I was like, maybe there's someone I should like follow just for some like reference and interest. I love the thought of Sakurai sitting down and studying the whole game to get it right. Did you ever watch I told you about it, the video of him like demonstrating Banjo, and just like all the weird moments of him saying things like there's Tootsie running in the background. She looks like she's having a fun time, but she's actually the most tragic character in this game. This is like, what? There are the Jinjos. They're kidnapped and scattered all around, so they are also quite tragic. It's weird shit like that. And there was something else in there he said I really liked. Oh yeah, he started promoting the Xbox. He's like, yes, Banjo's not on the Nintendo. It's on the Xbox, but I really encourage you to play it. So I guess you'll have to go play it on the Xbox. Yeah. Bottles. Um, Actually, if you want to see something fun as hell, Sakurai also, does one for Terry, another like demonstration. But toward the end of the demonstration, he says, what was it? He's like, all right, now I'm gonna demonstrate him by playing the story mode or whatever, and I'm gonna try to get a 9.9 difficulty by the end. And so it's a let's play of Sakurai trying to get a 9.9 with Terry. And if you're interested, I won't spoil it. But it's essentially Sakurai doing a let's play. And it's like, oh my god, why can't this be a regular thing? This is amazing. Yeah, I love those. He's surprisingly charismatic. He's kind of becoming what Shigeru Miyamoto was for me when I was younger. Just like a funny, kind of cute, amazing developer who I want to make memes about. Oh, that's right, he did. Fucking Toby Fox, dude. Did you ever play Deltarune? Because if you haven't, my dude, it's worth a look. And it's short. And I know you're on the go. Always packing those go-gurts with you. Yeah. Oh, I think it's free. Yeah, it's his next game, and it's. I mean, I don't want to spoil or speculate on how it relates to Undertale for you. You should just play it and see for yourself. But I think it's phenomenal. I mean, it's only part one of what's supposed to be a several part series. Is it similar gameplay, overworld, and turn combat? Yeah, there's a lot of similarities and a lot of new things he tries out that are very interesting, and in the same way, I think sort of a deconstruction of that JRPG genre. I mean, it takes place in. I'll just say that it's intended that you play Undertale before you play Deltarune. I love it very much, and I'm excited for when there's hopefully going to be more, which is the plan. I just don't know. No one has any idea of how long that will take, and he's sort of gone on to imply that it will take a very, very long time. Oh yeah, it is on Switch, isn't it? Yo, yeah, definitely, definitely. Um, yeah, it's a short game, but I would say like be very patient with it in that like don't like when I played it I was told it was like 2 hours long, and I was like, alright, I got work in the morning, but I have 2 hours. That game can definitely be more than 2 hours. In fact, it is more. It's at least four, probably more, but there's a lot of really interesting, cool stuff if you go looking for it. And so I would say like be patient, enjoy it, explore, and love it, because it's short, and We don't know when part two's coming out. Also, again, like Undertale, great music. I listen to that soundtrack just as much as Undertale. And great characters. I'm very excited about it. I can't wait to see where it goes. When you play it, let me know. Even though I played it a while ago, like I could still talk about it. I love Deltarune. I don't know if there's a name for the fan base of Toby. Oh, you got Ring Fit? Oh man, that's a good idea. It looks great. Like, you look at it and you're like, man, that looks dumb. I want it. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it gives you swollen abs. I hope that we very soon get like some kind of ripped, muscly athlete who just fully endorses like Ring Fit. Just like, how could you possibly have gotten this strong? It's all thanks to Ring Fit. I owe everything to Ring Fit. It changed me. I thought I was at my peak, but then Ring Fit came along, and I realized I have no limits. Thoughts on it? Oh, right. I don't have too many thoughts about HL, about Half-Life Alyx, other than just the simple, it looked not only like it was really fun, but like what was so incredible about Half-Life 2 from just like a pure game perspective. But it just had very fun ideas with what it equipped you with, and it really looked like this game was in the same spirit. It wasn't just like, hey, guess what's back? The gravity gun. But it was like, it had like looked like it had like a bunch of new, awesome, cool, fun stuff that was like, oh yeah, this still feels like Half-Life, and what was like innovative about Half-Life. And of course I'm like excited to see that story play out after all this time. Jesus Christ. Took them. I would love to know what those politics were. Like, what exactly was it that made them for a long time be like, no, we can't do this now, and then like, well, I don't know, like 10, 15 years later be like, alright, I think we're ready. You ever see it was a VR? Is it not a VR game? It looks like it's a VR game. Are you saying you were accurate in your thoughts? Man, oh man. I forgot about G-Man. And when he came out at the end, I was like, oh shit, dude. G-Man's back. We're fucked. Yeah, you did guess it right then. G-Man's scary. I think they didn't want to risk Half-Life 3 being a VR dud, so I thought they made a side chapter. Is it not gonna be Half-Life 3? Very nerdy analogy, but in my mind, I was like, oh, Half-Life Alyx is the same way that Sonic 06 is actually Sonic Adventure 3. Yeah, I just thought I don't know. Like, I don't know what goes into branding, but in my mind, it was Half-Life 3. Does it take place? Oh, it's a prequel? Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't know that. Alright, I guess we're not gonna get the end of the story. That explains why that character who died was there. That should have been obvious to me. I was like, oh, I guess he's not dead. Um, it looks very fun. I still don't have, yes, Eli Vance. I figured his name was Eli, but I was also like, you know what? In case one of these 4 other people hasn't played Half-Life and is actually listening to this conversation, I won't spoil it, but whatever. So, is it gonna be on some like exclusive Source Valve hardware that I'm gonna have to buy? Cause I probably will. I just want to be in the know. Like, I remember thinking that. I was like, fuck, they got me. I have to play this game. And I like never think that about stuff. I'm never like, guess I'm buying this console. Oh shit, Cyberpunk 2070 or whatever? Guess I'm buying a PlayStation. Huh, they got me. Oh shit, dude. Party babies? Guess I'm buying the Wii. I don't got a choice, dude. It can play on a bunch of different VR systems. Okay. Wait, what about like the like PlayStation VR? Can it play on that? I doubt that. That'd be easy for me. I got a PlayStation. I'll buy the VR for that, but yes, we'll see. Oculus, Vive, and also Valve's newest headset called the Index. Okay. Oh, but it needs to play on Steam, right? Like it's a game on Steam, so you just need to be able to. Okay. I gotta join that PC master race pretty soon, cause I don't even like my Mac computer, and I need a better computer anyway for work. And I might as well game on it. If you can't clear out a whole room to walk around to play, you can also play standing or seated. Oh, it's one of those where like, oh, there's like cameras you set up and shit. Alright. Here's what's gonna happen, Justin. You're gonna buy this game and this system, and once you beat it, I'm gonna come over for like a whole week. I'm gonna play it on your system, and I'm not gonna take off the headset until I beat the game. And so you're gonna have to feed me and monitor me and check my blood levels and urine and everything and make sure I'm okay, and just fully immerse me in this world, because I would do that for you. Or help me spec out a PC too. That works. You can help me spec out a PC. Yeah, whenever a head crab jumps onto my face, that's when you'd feed me applesauce. So I still feel like I'm in the, but I'm also getting sustenance and nutrients. Maybe applesauce isn't the feeling of a head crab inserting its appendage into your face. Oh wait, they don't. Do they do that? Do they jump on your face like the face huggers in Alien, or do they go onto your head and latch into your brain? Can't remember. Either way, pretty derivative of Aliens. The Index is by far the best headset, but it's 1,000 for the goggles, tracking boxes, controllers. Woof. Shit, dude. I don't know if. I mean, I game. You know, I'll game here and there, but that's a lot. That's a lot, dude. That's an investment. Yeah. I don't know where I stand on any of that. I still don't have any VR systems because, I mean, Half-Life Alyx is the first VR game where I'm like, oh damn, like I might need to invest in something to play this because it looks so good. But I mean, we'll see if that's a reality. I think I gotta think about a computer first. So here's the embarrassing, like, shitty thing. I bought my Mac like only like a year ago, and I bought it from a guy who kind of souped up an old one. It's one of those trash cans. It's like a 2013-year-old trash can that I bought for too much money because I just didn't do enough research about computers. I just needed something better than my laptop. So I got this, and it works okay. Like, it gets the job done, but I can't say it's nearly as efficient as I was expecting and hoping. And since I've been having this kind of beefier Toon Boom files and After Effects files, and I've been trying to do more streaming stuff lately, I'm kind of like, shit, like maybe I should actually try and sell this thing and go for a real computer. Yeah, those black, shiny, trash can looking things. I mean, the specs on it are not terrible, but you know, it's an old graphics card. You can't really do a ton. It's got good RAM. I can read off some specs. It's got like, hang on, I don't remember them at the top of my head. Yeah, it's got 64 gigs of RAM. It's got, I think, 8 gigs of GPU. It's running AMD FirePro D700s, which for their time are good, but from what I understand, they're just not really up to speed anymore. 8-core processor, not terrible. So, not terrible specs, but it's just not doing stuff like I want it to do. Yes, I know all you PC lovers love your Windows, and I'm sure I'd understand if I just went there. But that's just not what I can do right now. I want to. I actually will be getting I should be getting, I mean, we'll see in this economy, but I should be getting a pretty good tax return this year. You can build a solid one for 600 is kind of fancy one, or damn, that's it? Dude, I would spend like at least 2K on a PC. Like, it's an investment for me. I do this on it. It's my bread maker, man. Especially if I can sell this computer for like, I don't know. I wonder what I can get for it. Like, how much I can sell this stupid thing. Maybe I might be able to get like 1K for it. Well, I want top of the line, Justin. I'm a gamer boy. Not really. But yeah, I want to be able to render After Effects project files and have them not crash on me. And you know, and I do some freelance for Rick and Morty at home every once in a while, and sometimes I'll bring home a file and it's just such a lug to animate on this machine. So yeah, I'd like something a little meatier. Damn. Looked better in the Animatic, but maybe when I get Radishita fighting with him and they start to sort of ease him and put him on ones, it'll look a little smoother. We'll see. Yeah, let's start getting Radishita in there. Oh, you don't know what that means. Radishita is the villain. Radishita is the bad guy of this cartoon. He's pretty sweet. Check him out. I'm dragging him into. Oh, you can't see it. I have a node view in this software. It's so great to work in. I love it. Let's move all his pieces out of my way. What are your PC specs? Like, what's your processor and RAM and graphics card? I'm trying to get a little better at knowing that stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, I put him up there one time. I'll give him his sword. I'm not super proud of his sword, but it works. There's his sword. I do. I can already tell if this is going to be a Z-space nightmare. Just sent you my PC build on Messenger. Oh, thank you. Let's see. Ooh, wow. Ooh, I don't know what most of this kind of stuff means. Oh, you got a 1080? Nice. I have more RAM than you, though. Cool, dude. I'm gonna have to, one day just, like, ask you to, like, define a lot of those things for me. Because I don't actually... Yeah, I'm trying to be in the know. And that's actually one reason why I haven't gotten a PC yet, is because I actually want to be able to know what the hell I'm working with. So if I ever want to upgrade pieces of it or need to fix something, I have an idea, and I'm not just going to the Geek Squad at Best Buy. I'm just like, something's wrong. Can you buy me a new one? Yeah, that's how I feel. Like I did learn some stuff before I bought the my Mac, but like it was more kind of explained to me. Like I think having someone sort of break it down for me is pretty helpful. At least in regards to computers. I don't know if you know who Asterios Kokonos is, Justin, but he's the voice of Radishida, and I'm very excited about that. I think the thing you might know him from is he used to be on that podcast, The Best Debate in the Universe, or no, The Biggest Problem in the Universe, before all that shit went down. That was Maddox's and Dick Masterson's old podcast. Oh, dude, it's so scandalous and so long. I'll try to break down some aspects of it, and I'm probably gonna leave out a bunch of like super detailed gossy stuff in the process because so much happened. But Maddox and Dick Masterson used to have this podcast called The Biggest Problem in the Universe. It was really funny, had a bit of edutainment to it as well. The format was, every week the two of them brought in two different problems in just general problems in the world, and they would debate over which one of them was the bigger problem. And they could be actually like serious things. They could be things like addiction. They could be things like obesity, or they could just be things like guys who talk too much about their dog, or monkeys, or French fries. They just had just a bunch of, and then after they had their debate, they brought there was on their website, you could vote on whatever you thought was the biggest problem, and then the next week they'd be like, yeah, my problem won, fuck you, and it was like a lot of it was just their personalities clashing with each other, trying to get a rile out of each other. It was a lot of fun. But then over time, some weird things were happening. Like Dick Masterson just wouldn't be on a podcast one time, and no explanation for it. And then randomly out of nowhere, around I think episode 118 or so, they did this like episode where it was just Maddox and Asterios Kokonos, the guy who's the voice of Radishita, explaining that the podcast was over. They weren't going to do it anymore. And it was weird because Dig Masterson, the normal co-host, was not present. He was not on the episode. And everyone just like, what's happening? What's going on? What the fuck is happening? About a week later, Dick and Maddox both have two different podcasts. Dick has The Dick Show. Maddox has the best debate in the universe. Dick kind of acknowledges a little bit of what happened, but all he mostly says is creative differences. But over the weeks is just bad mouthing Maddox and just saying all this negative stuff about him. Then Maddox makes a video in response to this that's essentially saying why he kicked out, why the podcast ended, and he accuses Dick of like I think some money issues, like stealing money, and being a rape apologist in some instance, just wanting to really badmouth him and make him look as bad as he can. Dick on his podcast responds to this by saying that the clip that Maddox played of him was out of context. Says he did not steal any money. I forgot how he proves it or doesn't prove it, but then what goes down is he begins to say that he says the reason why the podcast ended in reality is because Dick was sleeping with Maddox's ex-girlfriend of 4 years ago. Maddox currently was dating someone at the time anyway, which I don't know if that matters or not. To him it does. But he was like, yeah, this guy is... everything is just down to him being upset about me with his ex-girlfriend from 4 years ago. And it does not end there. It continues to go on. Lawsuits get involved. Maddox starts to get other comedians like on shit lists. It goes so deep, and I think I've said just enough. It's a weird topic. I don't really follow any of them anymore. It just gets muddier and muddier. They still just shit talk each other on their podcasts. It's a weird chapter in internet history. Yeah, it's so messy. So Asterios, the guy who plays Radishita, actually had to go to court because Maddox was trying to sue him for like $1 million, something ridiculous like that. And I should actually send you something if you're interested, because Asterios has a really good summary of it. Asterios lawsuit. Yeah, here. This was written by Asterios. Oh, wait, wrong chat. Yeah. Is he still doing the huge misogynist bit? I don't know if it was a bit. That is a good question about him. He's still... He explains that the book is satire, that persona is satire, and I truly don't know how much of it is. And now it's that same question. I'm about to film myself in all these, so I didn't hear it, lol. Oh, Miles. What up, dude? Didn't know you were paying attention. Um, yeah, it's a long story about. Yeah, you know what? That link I just posted. I think that's the one, right? What is it? Let's see. Oh, well, this is a good article, but not the one I meant to send. Hang on. Let me go. Let me go get the real one. Um. See if I can find it. Okay. Wait, is this it? Where is it? It's so interesting. Okay, I found it. This is, I think, the best way you can see what happened to Asterios and how he was sued for a ton of money by this jackass. He won the legal suit, by the way. Justin, in response to, I thought he did for a talk show Infamy, he did to promote his book. He had that book coming out, Men Are Better Than Women. And I think he went on there to promote his book. Got him a lot of publicity. But what I just sent is a very good summary of what is called the lawsuit, as summed up by Asterios Kokkinos. And if you're interested in any of this, no, it's not, Miles. Nothing about that dude is. Yeah, I don't support that guy's comedy, but I like Asterios. Asterios is a wonderful liberal man, as far as I know, and he did a great job as the voice of Radishida. And if you're interested in the shit he had to battle through with famous internet troll Maddox, well, check out the link I provided. Also, I think there's now recent beef between Asterios and that Dick Masterson guy. So, yeah, the whole thing is super messy. I wouldn't go down that rabbit hole too far. I used to be interested because I saw it all bloom from the beginning, and I was like, oh my god, this gossip is so intense. And now I'm just like, these are a bunch of 40-year-old man babies who can't get over anything. I am definitely going to delete this stream later today. I don't want any public record of my opinion on this, because I want nothing to do with it. How did you know I was streaming today, Miles? Yeah, no one cancel me, guys. I'm chill. On the Community of the Beat topic, what happened with Aaron and John? Did that ever get figured out? From what I know, it's all a mystery. I just know things. That is still more or less a mystery. Like, I've actually heard some details from the behind the scenes of, like, essentially what played out just objectively in terms of event and event and event. But, like, I don't know about like what went on in John or Aaron's minds, like what their relations were to each other. Um, so yeah, I think the answer is it's a mystery. Um, it's one of those weird mysteries that like that happened so long ago now, but it still comes up every once in a while. It's like, yeah, what did happen? Um, but here's like I think the drama is overhyped by speculation. Like it wasn't a huge deal. Just some differences with the direction of the channel. Perhaps. Um, here's like kind of what I'll my 2 cents on the matter is that most human beings are only about 10% conscious of all their decisions that they make in their life. So at the end of the day, we'll never actually really know why any of that happened. Because in a weird way, I don't think they know. I don't think they really know their reasons. I know that's a really uninteresting take. But I mean, I think there is a lot of truth to just what John was saying. That I think he just wanted to work on his own channel. I just think the execution of how he wanted to and how he separated himself might have not been in the most professional manner. Thank you, Justin. You know me. I just tell it like it is. I think they're cool now, though. Didn't they do the Return of the Jedi? Yeah, yeah. I think as far as I know, those guys are, at least publicly cool. Yeah, it's it's certainly something I feel like I'm overhearing. Same. I think Danny was a good fit for the channel anyway. Oh yeah, and not only that, but so at the time, I really liked John's performance and comedy on that channel. He was really funny, and then Danny in response just felt way more mild mannered, and it's not as big, and it felt like Aaron's doing the heavy lifting. Now that some years have gone by and my tastes are refined, I watch those John episodes now, and I'm just like, this is too much. And I listened to just like Danny being like a solid dude, and just being like genuinely like interested in games, and having like a nice attitude, and like balancing Aaron, who's like a cynic and can be more wild. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is working, I think, better. Like, I think initially I wanted something that was like as fast and as wild and as screamy as John, and now I'm a 30-year-old man and I'm like, no man, give me Danny Sexbang being interested in stuff and being a grounded, like, straight man to Aaron's insanity. And I think that's a better tag team duo, personally. Not to say that I don't think John Jafari's funny. He's fucking funny. Still watch his channel from time to time. Yeah. Very much so. But it's not like it didn't work either. Like, there are some iconic moments on that channel between those two. But certainly, yeah. It's much more digestible now, I think, with a character, or a personality rather, who is, yes, as you said, the straight man more often than John was willing to be. And in fact, I remember a lot of times where, like, Aaron was playing the straight man, which, when you know his comedy, it's like, nah, man, let that dude go wild. I think Danny's age helps because he always goes into the old stories about the 80s. Yeah. And not just that, but like his age plus the mix of like his appreciation for modern, or just any game really, is so fun though. Like, there's a moment where they're playing Pokemon, I think Fire Red together, and Danny's never played Pokemon. I think he was just like a little bit older when it came out, just a little bit past the peak mark. And so they're playing it, and at one point he's like, "Oh, I get it. You go around collecting cool little monsters." And like he has this like childlike awe of it, and it's just so nice to see. And they play Ocarina of Time together, and Aaron hides pretty well that Sheik is Zelda. So when that twist happens, and he's just like, "No fucking way, dude." And it's just really nice to see. Whereas I think the John era of Game Grumps was a lot more just like, "Oh my god, this game's so bad. Oh my god, who made this game?" Yeah. I don't watch the Grumps too much anymore, but I recently checked out that channel again because I played Detroit. If you remember, if you know of that game, Detroit Become Human, and I think one day at work it was just like really slow, and I wanted to put on something, and I came across them playing Detroit Become Human. What's that? Is that your score of Detroit Become Human, Miles? 6.5 out of 10? I liked it. I thought it was good. The game, it seems like it's about robots, but then you play it and you're like, no, it's about humanity. Oh yeah, but I was just saying, I watched them play Detroit, and it was very entertaining. And again, it had that mix of Aaron being a cynic and Danny being like, "This is fucking cool." Yes, that is one of the characters. There is a nanny android, an android, if you will. It's a lot like Heavy Rain. If you played that, I don't remember. I think it's the same. I think it's the same dude. I loved Heavy Rain when that shit first came out. Kara. That's the name of the nanny android. Kara, I'm cold. Alice is the prince. Yes, you have played Heavy Rain. Jason. 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 Gotta find my son. Detroit is also pretty memey in some fantastic ways. Just, hello, my name is Connor. I'm the android sent from Cyberlife to find deviants. We have to find those deviants, Tank. Lieutenant, please. Yes. Play Detroit Becomes Human. I endorse it. Actually, of all those like choose your own adventure games, wait, that's not the genre. Of all those interactive narratives, my favorite is the Telltale Batman series. That shit was cool. Especially episode 2. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. It's crazy. Do I like this pose yet? I've been modeling it for a long time. You know what? I don't think I do. Thicker eyes help. Oh, maybe also if I give his body a little twist. That helps. Yeah, there it is. Whoop. Ah, shit. Dead Space. The sequel to Dead Space. I know nothing about 2077, but I'm gonna get it and go in blind, I think. I got a little exclusive detail about Cyberpunk 2077. I think I can say this if I just don't say too much about it. I know someone who sings in that game, and that person's name is Jacob Daniel Grab. That's right. My brother's vocals, allegedly, have made it into the game. Damn, Miles. That's a commitment. Is there even any gameplay footage? You know what, I'll bet there is. I'll bet there's gameplay footage of it. Enjoy. I hope it's good. And yes, Justin. Jacob. Oh, I didn't know they were involved. I've not been looking into Cyberpunk. Yes, Jacob sings in Cyberpunk, supposedly. He knows someone who is composing some of the music, and Jacob sings. It's like what genre is it? It's like, it doesn't sound like Jacob. He's doing like a. I can't remember. It's like it's like a different language, I think. So it's not gonna be recognized. I haven't heard it yet. He just told me about it. He's like, dude, I think I'm gonna be in Cyberpunk. So, yes, actually. That's a secret, though, but I think it's okay if I tell you that he sings on it and not who composed it or anything. I think all that shit's super secret, NDA, sue me kind of shit. But I think it's okay if I say that Jacob sings on it. Just don't go spreading it a bunch. Who knows? I haven't heard the song yet. Is he singing the Jigglypuff song that he sang while making Pet Rat Dance? No. Who could afford that? I can't. You told me recently what it was, but I can't remember. Like, yeah, it's just some like different language he sings in. What, is Jacob in the game as Tanoso or as himself? Well, he's not in the game in that you see like a virtual avatar of my brother or anything like that. But if you mean his credit, I don't even know if he gets a credit. I think like the friend of his who's doing music for the game, I think, asked Jacob as a favor. I don't know. It's gonna be like, yeah, I don't know if he gets a credit. That's a good question. That'd be sick if he does, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up not, unfortunately. But who knows? I know nothing about the distribution deal going on regarding this. By the way, I saw Jacob perform 2 nights ago as Tanoso, and it's great. I want to see that project take off more. Tanoso is awesome. Justin, you would like it, I think, if you haven't heard much of my brother's music lately. He has a project called Tanoso, and it's like, it's freaking great, especially live. I watched an interesting YouTube video on tracing down the uncredited announcer from the Monkey Ball. Oh, wow. That's interesting. Damn, that must have taken a lot of research. How long's the documentary? That's so interesting. Man, this reminds me of the different Smash Brothers announcers and how the 64 one's still my favorite. I think, like particularly the way he goes, "Break the targets and board the platforms" is my jam. Yeah, his project's called Tonoso, 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 and fucking slaps, dude. No, it's actually not very EDM-y. It's more like indie dance. It's really good. Wow. Is the dude super surprised when the documentary maker finds him? He's just like, "Why did you care?" Yeah, I did that. I haven't thought about it in 20 years. You know, I don't know if it's still up there. Probably not. But there's some McDonald's in Los Angeles where as a child, I dominated the high score of that Super Monkey Ball. And I don't even have Super Monkey. I've never owned it. But that McDonald's, I came in there and I rocked everyone's world. Everyone clapped. Ronald came out and said, "Get this kid a Happy Meal." True story. Now, I've been awarded McDonald's for life, so I get to eat it every day. I guess that makes me pretty cool, right? No, he's mildly surprised, kind of flattered, I think. I enjoy seeing, like, celebrities, you don't really understand the fandom of something, but like still react positively to it, or just like, as long as I'm making people happy. I can't think of a immediate example right now, but I know it's there. I feel like a lot of voice actors for My Little Pony feel that way. It's like, all right, well, I'm happy we're making a difference. I don't quite understand what that difference is, but it's happening. Wow, I've been working for a lot today already. Time is moving fast. It's already 3. I haven't even taken my lunch break yet. Where's my cat? Can J. Abrams save Star Wars? It's this Friday? Speaking of time moving fast. Dude, I think I'm like fucking tired of Star Wars now. Like, I'm gonna go see it because I have a lot of family who want to go see it, of course. You always go and see Star Wars. Like, everyone just goes and sees it. And then, you know, over time, people tell you why it sucked, and you're just like, oh yeah, it does suck, doesn't it? Shit, you're right, it does kind of suck. I remember really enjoying Last Jedi, and I haven't seen it since I saw it in theaters because I know everyone's pointed out to me what's wrong with it. And I feel like if I go and watch it now with that filter, I'm going to be like, man, shit. Can JJ save Star Wars? I want to say no. I mean, I think it's going to be entertaining. I don't know what can save Star Wars, because I think the problem of Star Wars is that Disney's plugged every ounce of its udder into a tube, and it's just been sucked dry of all of its real sustenance. Like, I'm not falling for it, man. Baby Yoda is a stupid idea. I haven't seen Mandalorian yet, but like, that's just the most obvious. Like, well, who's popular in Star Wars? Yoda. Well, make him a baby. People love babies. I mean, is it a coincidence that Baby Yoda premiered just like 1 month before Christmas? Do you think that's just? I know what you're thinking, that I'm some crazy conspiracist. Got a lot of big. I'm the Alex Jones of streaming on YouTube. But I'm telling you guys, they intended this. They intended for everyone to buy Baby Yoda merchandise on Christmas. Yeah, Marvel's got the same problem. But I guess the difference is that there was just always Marvel content bubbling up everywhere. You know, there were always comics. Or anyone could do whatever they wanted. Spider-Man wasn't made by one guy. It was made by thousands of people. All kinds of different artists and writers. Batman as well. Every superhero, but I guess now it's, I don't know. The idea that it's all connected, like every Netflix show as well. It's too much. Too much. I sound like such a old man right now. Yeah, if people like that stuff, it's cool. Like, I actually get down with people's enthusiasm for all that stuff, particularly Marvel films. Like, when there's someone I meet who's like really into it, I actually really like it. But there's something about, like, well, we have to get Disney Plus so we can see the rest of it. I'm like, fuck, they got us. They got us good. No, I'm with you. Baby Yoda was pumped into Disney AI to calculate the perfect marketable memeable creature possible. Fuck. The magical Disney AI. It's in the same hall as the Disney Vault, I'd imagine. Fuck, that's good. Oh, I love the idea of Disney having an algorithm to determine what's the best content. That's actually a little bit of what Bento Banana is about. It's supposed to be about sort of like that world of just animation being pumped out through AI as opposed to animators. Because that's my idea of a dystopia. You're after my job. I haven't seen Mandalorian, so I can't really say that, like, Baby Yoda's crap. Because I don't know. Like, maybe he's actually a really nuanced character who makes tough decisions. I mean, I doubt it, but I can't say I know until I've seen it. Baby Yoda is the same as Baby Groot. Changed my mind. One is green and the other's brown. I didn't dislike Baby Groot, but I just really liked regular Groot a lot. And I was like, I mean, story wise, I'm all about it. Like, I think it was like Groot's death was beautiful, and you know, him being brought back as a baby like works. So I don't have an issue with that. I'm just saying, like, I preferred watching Big Groot on screen as opposed to Baby Groot. And I don't know. I heard, important. Why is the guy sitting at the computer in Bento 1 some random dude, and then in Bento 2 was the Crystal Wizard? My thought is that it's because the issue was escalating, that they needed to go to someone higher up in the chain of programming to fix the issue. So after the first guy, it's the Crystal Wizard, and in this one we get another guy too, who I don't actually know is gonna actually wait. Yeah, there's a heighten. We heighten from Crystal Wizard. You'll see. Yeah. The hope is that with each episode, that world will become darker and darker, and you'll get a little bit more information about who those people are in this episode too. Just a little bit more. Not a ton. But if I ever make it to episode 4, you'll get some answers. And there's supposed to be a total of 5. But that's only if the universe is kind to me. And sometimes it is. Sometimes it's like, hey man, here's a kitten. Hey dude, here's a wonderful girlfriend. Hey dude, here's a cool job. But other times it's kind of like, hey, I see you have anxiety. Let's also give you Asperger's to make the anxiety come into play. And we'll give you IBS so that when you have anxiety, you'll shit yourself all the time. So, you know, you take what you get. You take the good, you take the bad. I don't actually shit myself all the time. But I do have a lot of diarrhea. Like, probably more in 1 year than you've had in your life. Just want to make sure I'm getting across just how much diarrhea I have. Like too much. Like, you should be concerned for me. I might have a very saggy anus when I'm an old man. And I don't want that to be anyone else's problem, you know? Have I made it clear? Have I made this issue clear enough? Good. I see I've lost one person who was watching. I see the issue got too heavy for him. That's fine. But yeah, Justin, how did you find out that I was streaming today? Sometimes I posted on Facebook, but today I didn't. Same with you, Miles. You guys just kind of came in randomly and were just like, what's up? Which I love. Thank you for joining me today. Just curious. Cause, you know, I want to get people over to this community I'm building, you know? This family I'm trying to build. Thank you, Miles. That was so helpful. So I'll just hope that my fan base just figures things out. Ah, cool. That's good. That's actually really good for me to know, because the fear is that, you know, because my channel's so weak and I don't really play the algorithms, any favorites, my fear is that people actually just don't even see a notification because it gets bumped by some other thing that the algorithm thinks you'll prefer instead. But it's cool to know that some people see it. Ooh, hell yeah. The top? Yes. I'm making moves. I'm coming for you, Game Theory. I'm coming for you. I'm taking over this whole network. I don't give a fuck about Kappa or whatever. I actually do. I've already marked my channel as not for kids, because I am not getting hit with one of those $10,000 or whatever fines. Even though, in my heart of hearts, I believe every child should watch Bento Banana. Why did YouTube link me to this when I was watching Deadmau5 videos? Dude, I don't know, but I am flattered because I love Deadmau5. Maybe because Deadmau5, I don't know, streams his work and I stream my work? I have no idea. I love Deadmau5, so that's cool. Am I plur? Nah, dude. One time at a rave, someone gave me the raver name Stick in the Mud, so I don't think I'm very plur. Wait, oh my god, it's AT. AT. No, I realized that the moment he said, I'm sad you don't know who this is. I don't know how I did though. You must have had the username Afro Thunda in the past, because the moment you said you don't even know who I am, I was like, wait. Yeah, I met this one particular one. Which, were you at that one? I don't think you were. You? It was that New Year's one where, oh boy, where like I wasn't able to get in. I didn't have my ID on me. All right. Damn, dude, how are you doing? Haven't seen you in forever. It's crazy for me that you're like watching me stream animation right now, because like, if I've ever told you this, you were like, your support of my animations like was meant so much to me when I was starting out. Just how much you were like into them and believed in me and thought I was gonna like do more cool things. So it feels very good to see you in the chat right now. Thank you. Cause it's so easy. And I feed off the emotions of the weak. Sorry, I had to ruin a sincere moment with weird prose. Yeah, both of you guys. I mean, you guys know the origins. Has Rep told you about my songs? No, he hasn't. You making beats, dude? Send him here. So wait, were you not linked here by a Deadmau5 stream? Damn. Yeah, he's making some great music. Ooh, send me, send me. I'm playing with Muzak again. I wasn't. You weren't what? I forgot what I previously said. Sorry. Oh, right. But Deadmau5 deserves you. I wish he was still on Stick Aim. That's right. I actually watched him play recently, like about a month or two ago. Oh, nice. Yeah, about a month or two ago, I went and saw him at the forum, and it was like, man, he's no Marshmallow, but he's still got it. It would make me very flattered if I stole viewers from him. I hyped your stream to AT. Oh, thank you, Justin. He was in Austin. I got a notification when he was already sold out. Rats. Well, something tells me his career is not on the line. I think you'll get plenty more opportunities. It's actually pretty interesting to analyze where his career is right now, because he's no longer like the it child of EDM. We got our Marshmallows now who are popping way harder, but he still has a big enough and devoted enough fan base to do some like big production shows, and is still staying in the game. Has a really weird brand. So, as much as I liked analyzing him 10 years ago, I still like doing it today. He's a fascinating creature. Have I streamed on Twitch yet? Not yet. Working on it. Planning on it. For quality reasons. YouTube doesn't look that good. And I'm just kind of like, I don't love this platform at all. Twitch is a bit more exciting, so I want to give it a shot. I just have subs on YouTube, so it's like, it seems more likely that people will watch this if I stream it here. But it's not wide enough that I think it's worth sticking with. I want to check out Twitch and see what that's like. But I have another fun idea, which is, I don't know if you guys have seen on Instagram that I'll occasionally, I haven't in a long time, but I used to frame by frame analyze Smash Brothers animation, and I think I'm going to start doing that on Twitch. That's the hope and plan anyway. Miles, it's funny, I was talking to someone about that, about why is Mixer a joke? And I kind of get why Mixer's a joke. The whole ninja grab and just where they even come from, but like, whenever people have been like, "Are you gonna go on Mixer?" And I'm like, I mean, it wouldn't be like an awful, is it that much sillier than doing it on Twitch. But no, I have no mixer plans, Miles, unless they want to pay me, in which case that would be another bad business move on their end. How often do I stream? Well, thank you, Justin. That's the hope, is that I'm making someone's workday better. I don't. That's something I should figure out. I do not have a fixed regiment, and I'm back at work around the middle of January, so I can really only do this as much as I'm doing it right now for another few weeks or so. But I'd like to try and do this every weekday until I start working there again. But then the hope is that like twice a week for a few hours I'll stream it, maybe more. We'll see. Yeah, I'm trying to stream every day for the next few weeks, or almost every day. Sometimes I just get up and I'm like, man, I look gross. I don't know if I want the webcam on me. Oh, and I do have like a camera that I'm gonna try to set up so that it'll look better over here, and want to get better audio too. We'll see. It's fun. Even when it's like minimal, it's fun. And I end up actually working better because since there are people like engaged and watching, it ends up making me work longer. Maybe not better. I'm certainly not as concentrated because I'm, talking and thinking, but I'm at the desk longer. Oh, whoops. I forgot that I'm animating Radishida now. I don't know. Do you guys want to see some of the animatic? I can load up some of that. Fun little exclusive for the stream dogs. I just have to figure out how to get my hang on one sec. I just gotta reroute some audio stuff. Let's try. That didn't work. Hang on. Let's try that again. One second. Oh. Okay. Hang on, I have to turn off this music. I don't own it. I'll get a strike from YouTube again, and they'll threaten to run ads on my channel. All right, let's see. Let's do a little test here. Oh wait, there's no audio for this shot. So, all right, tell me if you can hear. I need to run some kind of audio first. All right, tell me if you can hear this Scandroid song. Alright, cool, that's working. No, Miles, I don't really want to run. Well, it's not like that I don't want to run ads. I mean, I don't currently, but it's more that if you have a video with copyrighted music that you don't have a license to, they will run ads on that video that you don't get any of those royalties to. Just the person who owns the music, or actually really more YouTube, and maybe some of them will get some of that money too. But it's more like, oh, now my channel looks shitty and I don't get any money for it. I should have run ads several months ago, back when my Mario video was like freaking poppin' with views, but then the algorithm just kind of was like, we're done with this. And now it does not get nearly as many views as it once did. So, and also the other factor, to get one video to run ads, you actually have to have your whole channel approved. And to do that, you need to have all your videos cleared of any music infringement strikes. And I don't have that issue because, drumroll, Pizza Balls. Pizza Balls contains music I don't own. And I have to decide, will I take down my cultiest video to make money from advertisements? Do I sell out to the man and kill Pizza Balls? That is the decision of a creator that one has to make, an artist in this day and age. Do you see my plight? So, let me know what you think in the comments. Alright, I'm going to show you guys some of the animatic now. A censored. Well, it's... Well, I mean, let's say I did strike Pizza Balls, right? It's still on Vimeo, so it's not like it's gone. And also, like what you can do is you can replace. Oh, it's not about how lewd Pizza Balls is. It's about the music. It's about using that song by what were their names? Felguk. That I never had a license to. Can you link annotations to Vimeo? Yeah, but I don't get Miles. I don't get that money in hindsight. Like it's like once I enable the views, it's more like, hey, this was how many views you got this month. Here's your money, and back back in 2018, it was getting like 60K a day. So I actually might have been able to make like 700 a month. And I was about to get it monetized, and then the algorithm was just like done with that video. Now it's at about, I don't know, on a good day, maybe 6,000 a day, maybe 10K if it's a really good day, which is still not really enough to actually make a lot of money on YouTube. So it's just not where my head's at. Like I have a full-time job and I just don't really. So we'll see. We'll see. I have to kill Pizza Balls. That's what has to be done. And that's a weird thing to think about. I have considered making a new Pizza Balls as a way to say sorry. But I want to make bento right now. I don't want to make Pizza Balls right now. Yeah, I will say whenever I watch that cartoon, I'm like, I could animate this way better. This looks like hot garbage. But I have a feeling that's why people like it. Alright, here it is with... How does Felgu have a license to claim? I mean, Felgu's actually seen it, and they don't care. They think it's cool as shit. It's just the record label, whoever owns the music truly by Felguk, has it cleared on YouTube, and the algorithm of YouTube detects that music and pretty much all music and says this song isn't cleared, you don't have a license to use this video has a copyright strike. It can still play, there's just ads on it now, and I get no revenue for those ads. So, all that being said, here is a video of Bento 3 with temp score for music that I don't own. Enjoy. I'm only going to play a little bit of it.
Yeah, that speed! You're pretty fast, Bento. for someone so slow!
You got this, Bento! Just stop yelling the names of the attacks before you do them!
Try my uppercut kick!
Wow, Ranashida is so strong and has such an interesting backstory. He's such a great foil to Bento. I sure hope we see more of him down the line.
Give it up. I've seen every move and attack you have. Your skill set is so limited, unlike the selection of anime streaming on Mochiflix.
Mochiflix? Is that what he said? I don't know what that means.
A true fighter's moves don't need to be flashy. Just 100% to the max with fighting spirit. But given the many choices of streaming services, Mochiflix is the obvious choice.
What the fuck is happening?
Mochiflix, it's a streaming service providing
Oh my
high-end
God.
anime to
Come
watch
on,
anytime on
come
your
on,
phone,
man.
tablet, gaming
What is
console,
happening
hologram,
right now?
or mind crystal.
Your fighter's spirit is nothing compared to my sheer power.
Well, your power will never surpass your own resolve. Just like no other streaming service can surpass the affordability of Mochiflix.
Alright, I don't know what the hell's happening, but this is just insulting. I don't know what the hell Mochiflix is, but I'm never buying it.
Oh, now he's insulting our company?
That's all you get. There's another almost 5 minutes left of this. Yeah. It's an ambitious one. Thank you. Yeah, I'd actually say that, like, I think the first minute's alright. I think it really picks up, like, the rest of it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm quite proud of how I direct and cast my actors. I hope not. Yes, it's clearly a parody of those two. I actually want to pitch to them. It'll be more like 6 minutes, Miles, but thank you. Actually, you know what? With the title and the credits, maybe 7. Maybe 7. I think Radishida looks good enough. Alright, let's see if I can animate a little shaky shake. Pitch to the Kill La Kill creators and sneak this on Netflix and Crunchyroll. The Kill La Kill creator is or creators is the studio. What are they called? Oh fuck. Oh, Studio Trigger. They're a huge influence on everything I make now, and I'm gonna have to wait another year for Bento 4. Yeah, you'll be lucky if it's a year. I hope it's that short. But you're right. We'll see. A lot of Bento 4's future will come with the reception of Bento 3 and just what my work schedule ends up being. But I know what it's roughly going to be about. There's 5 episodes total is the plan. Oof. I never did finish that story, did I? It actually has been a regret of mine. But I don't think it's gonna happen. But man, that series is my origin story. Miles, Andrew is referring to a old web cartoon of mine. Nah, dudes. I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna happen. As much as I love J and A. Oh, whoops. Whoops, whoops, whoops. I will say what became of Justin and Andrew Adventures is the Deadmau5 character developed into a new character named Beat Dog, and now I'm working on a pitch for him. So it's weird how like remnants of those characters. Ari used to have a series that deconstructed social norms of the Los Angeles population. More like the social norms of ravers in Los Angeles. And it was also about two weirdos. Two weirdos who I projected some of their personalities and my own personalities onto. You're pitching a character for Rick and Morty. Wait, what do you mean? Man, those were great. Oh no, not for Rick and Morty. Just for just a TV show I want to make. Rick and Morty, they don't need my ideas. They don't want them. I just animate there. Justin's dad would disown his son too quickly in the reboot. I think I remember having. So I did 2 Christmas specials about Justin and his dad, and I think there was a loose plan to make a 3rd that was going to be about a snowball fight. They all seem to be about some winter activity that Justin's dad would be competitive in. That's the first episode. Hey Miles, does our family have a Hanukkah plan this year? I was just wondering just yesterday. I don't know whose house we're going to for Hanukkah. Because we just went to yours for Thanksgiving, but we did Hanukkah at your house last year, so I don't know who's doing Hanukkah this year. Also, I hope you got me something good. Probably my mother's. Yeah, that was my thought. So formal. Your mother's. If you had the power to change your fate, would you? Your mother, she's a bear. Can anyone guess what those quotes are from? If you had the power to change your fate, would you? Your mother, she's a bear. It's pretty great movie. Remember when you had to... Yes, Justin, it's brave. Remember when you had to apologize to people on the phone rather than on YouTube videos when you made skits about robots? Oof. Yeah. I remember that, Andrew. Yeah, no, I remember. Sorry. Interesting times, man. Interesting times. I didn't mean to hurt anybody, but looking back, that was a pretty insensitive cartoon I made. Yeah. Hashtag cancel Ari. Also, you know what? No, it's not worth getting into that story again. But I'll say this. The events I portrayed in my cartoon, I actually didn't know literally happened. Yeah, everyone promised not to cancel me, so if you don't want to be a... You didn't almost say... You're right. Thank you, Andrew. Let's see how these play. Oop. Interpolation commence. Boop. But you were too prophetic in the creation of that and made the change into animated motion. Kinda, sorta. Alright, let's see if these guys look good. Oh yeah, they look great. Look at that. Oh. Can maybe make it a little bit subtler. Goes pretty, but I'm gonna leave it for now. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Thinking about that cartoon just reminds me I haven't heard that song Krukers, or that song by Krukers, We Are All Prostitutes, in quite some time. Could you have made one forward motion, reverse, and played it forward in variation so you didn't have to draw them going back and forth? Wait. Could you have made one forward motion and reversed and played it forward and... I'm not sure what you're asking, AT, but I also don't think... I don't know. Sorry. I don't get the question, but I'm doing good. Thank you for your concern. haven't heard Fake Blood in a long time either. Mars. Man, I miss the old days of EDM. You know what I mean? Back before, you know, dubstep just took over everything and house was real. House used to be real, dude. I don't know what I'm saying. Actually, are there any modern EDM dudes that you guys are still into? Because I definitely have some. There are some guys I follow still. And I find to be quite good. Damn, that's a good question. What did happen to my power glove? I don't know. It probably broke, honestly. Or I might have lost it at like an event of some kind. I don't remember. But damn. I was cool. Dombreski. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna write that down. If you haven't listened to him, I recommend a dude named No Mana, like, you know, like No Magic, No Mana. He's on Deadmau5's label, and he's fire, dude. Also one kind of guilty pleasure of mine in EDM. I don't know why it's a guilty pleasure. He's just so turned that I feel like stupid listening to him, but I just like it. Is Snails, if you've ever heard him. I like Snails, and I think it's kind of trash music, but I just can't help it, dude. It's the best trash. You made the radish push his sword to the banana's sword. Well, the banana doesn't have a sword. Then the banana pushed back into the radish's sword, and I think you might have been going back and forth between that animation. I did do that. Yeah. That's what's happening. Couldn't you have done that once and made the actions go back and forth without doing it manually? That's what I did. That's what I did do. Like, I just copied those two. I mean, even beyond that, I only animated this frame and this frame, and this middle frame is being interpolated. No, it's good. No, thanks for asking. Yeah, no, this one right here is this one. Yeah, it's a loop. It's two drawings with a third one being interpolated. I mean, here, watch this for example. If I were to take this, you know, here's the last frame of that. If I were to bring this here, he would just, it would interpolate that movement that far. Yeah. No, it's a loop. Thank you for your concern. I could have been a guy who's just like, nah, you'd be able to tell it was a loop. You have to do every single frame by hand or it just looks shit. No, I'm not that big a perfectionist. Shut up, Justin. That's slander. I.O. I don't know that guy. I'll check him out. I.O. Is it a little face? Is that the emoji? A little face? It's cute looking. Oh, I saw Rez in October. That was crazy. If you guys know her. Yeah, Nomana's on Mousetrap. Rez is not right now. I don't remember. I know that was certainly her beginnings, but I don't know if she's on there anymore. She might be too big for that now. Look at us, talking about DJs like the good old days. What EDM DJs have you VJ'd? I've been out of that game for a while now, but my total tally score is I'll go in order of favorites to least favorites. Wait, should I really publicly state that? Maybe I shouldn't. I'll go in a random order. Kill the Noise. That was freaking dope as hell. And also, it's my favorite one to do. I've done him twice, and I think he's a solid dude, and I love his music. What's So Not was my first dude, and that guy's really nice and has awesome music and a fun show. I remember one of the first gigs, he bought me a really nice dinner, and I was like, damn, you barely know me, thank you. There was I did Zoo. That was the biggest show I ever did a tour with, and honestly I didn't like it for a number of reasons. That was like a good taste of what touring is like, and I don't think it's for me. It's your weekends are spent going to just hotels with a crew that I never really had time to develop much of a friendship with. It was very fresh, and it was a big learning curve, so I just always felt a lot of pressure. And I liked Zoo's music just fine, but I didn't love his music, and I felt like the work did not really involve any creativity on my end. It was a time coded show. So I just basically had to make sure that everything was running properly. And I just didn't really bond at all with him. He didn't really care to get to know me, and vice versa. And so it was, that was an interesting experience that I'm happy to have had in hindsight. But it's not like, oh dude, it was so cool, man. Past that, I've VJ'd for Hero Bust. He's a sweet dude, he's awesome, and he makes great music, but that was a stressful show because for the first 30 minutes, I just could not get an output out of my computer. And it sucked, and I felt so bad. I gave them a big discount, and they never asked me again to help out, so that was a bust. I don't know, a hero bust. I don't know why that happened still. That's the side of VJing that I hate, especially at festivals, because, I had no time to plug in or test. I just had to, go in there and do the thing, and the thing wasn't working, and it sucked. But I liked him, I like his manager, I like his music. I would have loved to have done more, but it didn't work out. Who else? I haven't VJ'd for them, but I've done some animation work for some new guys in the scene named Pixel Terror. They're getting bigger. They're dubsteppy dudes. I like their music. We keep missing each other. I haven't VJ'd for them yet. I'd like to do it at least once. Who else? They're not DJs, but Miami Horror I VJ'd for. And I think that's it, right? That's basically it. I was once asked if I'd VJ for Deadmau5, and then that shit fell through. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, I never heard of them, but after that show, I was pretty into them for a while. I actually got in recent contact with one of the guys in that band because he started a DJ project called Lessons in Dance, and so I helped him put together that show. What software do you use to make your VJ stuff? Do you mean like the assets that are being, you know, the loops I make and stuff? Usually After Effects. The VJing itself I do in Resolume. And you can actually make a lot of cool stuff in Resolume now. There's a lot of generative effects and stuff. And in fact, a lot of VJs, I think they're like, you know, the ones who are about the craft and not so much about like, let me help you with your brand, but are like, oh, I do it for the love of the craft of VJing. I think they like to use a lot of just like pretty basic footage that they heavily modulate in Resolume. And actually sometimes too, one technique I would do is if you've never even heard of Resolume? Oh dude, I think it's like the Ableton of VJing. I think it's pretty standard. Any VJ worth their salt uses Resolume. Actually, I'll bet there's some like geniuses out there who are like, nah, it gives you no programming capability. I prefer VDMX5 because it runs, you know, Python better. I don't know. I'm making up shit. Just saying. I don't know. Oh yeah. One thing that I would do for some shows is if I felt like I was low on footage, I would take the existing footage I was given, make duplicates of it in Resolume, and then, you know, pre-modulate and put effects over those videos so that I had like something else to work with as well. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's great software. I think it's also incredibly intuitive. Like, I sometimes have this insecurity, or I had it more when I was VJing, that I was like, you know, am I that good at this, or is this software just really easy? If you're interested in VJing, I highly recommend checking out Resolume. Didn't have to flex. What did I flex? I don't remember what I said, but yeah, I did. Look at me. I'm very insecure. Shut up, Miles. Get out of my stream. Actually, dude, like last week or so, I was streaming and there were just two dudes talking to me on the chat, and then at one point my dad just showed up and was just like, "This is so cool," and I was just like, "Oh my god, Dad!" And one of them was just like, "That's your dad? He's so cute, ooh." I was just like, "Oh man, this is perfect." Oh, that wasn't me flexing. I was professional. I was a professional VJ who used Resolume. That was a moment of insecurity. The only thing I was flexing is Resolume and how good of a software I think it is. I'm not cuter than my dad. My dad's adorable. My dads give bunnies a run for their money. Oh. Thank you, man, but come on, I'm not cuter than Skrillex. I should really cut my hair before just more of those comments begin to surface, because let's face it, man, I am derivative of Skrillex. Maybe if I didn't have glasses, it wouldn't be so... Wait, no! He stopped wearing glasses. So, I have a friend who used to work at Ausla, and so she would often hear about just Skrillex stuff, Skrillex beef, Skrillex drama, Skrillex news, you know. And you know, one of the things was he had a publicist who, you know, would like go through, you know, whatever pictures of him were about to surface. She's like, oh no, don't use this one. We're trying to move away from Sonny with glasses. Sonny doesn't have glasses anymore, so just never use anything with him having glasses. It's not part of the Skrillex image anymore. Yeah, I got all the ups and ups on Skrillex back then. And yes, Miles, that's me flexing. Flexing all my Skrillex gossip knowledge. Let's face it, we all love Skrillex. Why don't you flex your social security number? Throw it in the chat, see what happens. See what happens. Please don't do that, Miles. Your mom will get mad at me. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Do you think Daft Punk will ever make more music? Fuck, that's a good question. Like, it used to be like, do you think they'll ever play a show anymore? And now it's like, do you think they'll make more music? Man. Like, that's such a good question, because they also don't even seem like the kind of band that would announce when they were to, if they were to stop making music. They're out? I don't know. Like, I don't have any confident answer in this. Has it really been almost 7 years since Ram? Damn. I wonder if they have... Like, I wonder if they, like, ghost produce for a living. And when I say living, I mean like, they probably have the royalties to live as long as they want. But Jesus, wow, it has been 7 years, hasn't it? I don't know, man. We'll see what happens in 3 more years. Yeah, there is something about, if Ram was the last one, it feels appropriate because it's them becoming like making human music. It doesn't feel very robot-y. But God, like, I don't know. I don't know what another Daft Punk album would sound like, because I think they're also the kind of artist that could just make something in 10 years if they're inspired. Yeah, I mean, anything they make out, that they put out, is probably not going to be something contractual. Otherwise, they'd be making way more music. But, something that they want to do because they just want to do it, I would think. I would think, like, I don't know their minds at all, but I would think, like, if I were an artist and I was like nearing retirement, I'd want to do one last heist, just one big show or something. They have to play on the moon. Like, come on. You know what's gonna happen? Here's my theory. Daft Punk will disband, and no one will know, and then Disney will buy Daft Punk, and then we'll be seeing a lot of Daft Punk stuff. Every 1 in 7 times you ride Star Tours at Disneyland, it's gonna be the Daft Punk ride. They're gonna have their own Netflix series. No, I'm big wrong there. Disney Plus series. That's what I meant to say. We're gonna have so much Daft Punk, it's gonna be great. Yeah, totally plausible. We're gonna get baby Daft Punk. We're gonna get a very Daft Punk Christmas, which will just be them playing synths from old Christmas songs. And here's the thing, as I'm saying this, I don't hate it. I'm like, I'd love that there was a Daft Punk Star Tours ride. Daft Lightyear. Man. I do want more Daft Punk, man. Remember how we used to talk about having like an emergency fund of Daft Punk money in case they ever have a big show, just to be like, break the glass and get the $200 you need or whatever. Toy Story 5, little plastic French people. You know what, man? Wreck-It Ralph had a Skrillex cameo. Totally makes sense for Daft Punk to make a Toy Story cameo. Do you know the Daft Punk garlic bread thing? I do not know the Daft Punk garlic bread thing. That's smart of you, man. Oh yeah, I was kidding about the glass case. You have to get that into your, you have to pay for the tickets online. You can't. Funny idea, though. Man, I hope this works out. What's the Daft Punk garlic bread? Oh, whoops. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This might fuck everything up. Shit. Okay. No, we're good. Damn it. Yeah, it's gonna fuck everything up. I think it was Thomas's wife posted on Instagram story of a party, and in the background there's a French voice that says, "You guys want garlic bread?" I don't know why that got me so good. I think just the idea that there is a culture around that story. So what came of it? And everyone was so starved of Daft Punk content. Everyone was pumped just overhearing Thomas speak. Oh my, I'm crying. Why do I love this so much? Oh my god, I love the idea. I love the idea of like a bunch of house producers sampling that, putting it in like before drops. Oh my god, what's happening to me? Oh my god, I love that. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh my god. Fan art? Alright, I'm just gonna Google it. Daft Punk garlic bread. Yep, I see it. Oh my god. Alright, thank you for making my day. Oh, that's so good. Alright, can't look at that anymore. I saw the one of the, oh, sure, fine. I saw the fan art of, the artwork for Random Access Memories, but the side of Thomas's face is just garlic bread instead of his mask. Here, I found it. I saw it again. I'll post it. Oh, I lost it. Never mind. It's easy to find if you just Google it. Oh god, that's the funniest shit I've seen in a while. Alright, Daft Punk garlic bread. Let's see what we get. This can't be it. Yeah, I don't see it, dude. You'll have to link me to it at some point. Oh well. That reminds me a little bit of nothing specifically, just that the subreddit for Skrillex is also just like always blue balling for more Skrillex content. So whenever something happens, we're just like, you guys, yeah. It was so comical, it reminded me of a Metalocalypse in there. Yeah, yeah, I could see that. Just the idea of everyone kind of like over analyzing something. There was it's not that similar, but there was so before the Invader Zim comic or the new Netflix movie came out, like maybe like years before that, there was just like one convention where what's his name? Richard Horowitz, the voice of Zim, and Ricky Simmons, the voice of Gur, they were both at the convention. And they, I guess at some point, they decided to make some really, like, crudely made little paper popsicle stick puppets of Zim and Gur. And then just filmed, like, 3, like, 5-second little sketches of Zim and Gur on their camera phones, uploaded them to social media, and everyone went nuts because they were just like, this is the closest thing we've had to Invader Zim content in over 10 years. And like, it was completely like nonsensical and weird what they were saying. This thing like, Gur, will you pass more butter? My blood hurts. Just, I mean, I made that one up, but just along the lines of that level of quality content. Did you end up watching Enter the Florpus? It's so good. What, did they ever make more content? I thought, yeah. There's a movie called Enter the Florpus, and it's like everything I wanted. Like it was, that was the thing. I watched it and I was like, all right, like I'm never gonna ask for anything ever again. Like that was, you know, in my life of stuff getting canceled and other things not happening on television. Like they made this movie and it's everything I want. It's on Netflix. It's a Netflix exclusive. Give it a watch. It's so good. There's also been comics, and that scratched the itch a bit. But everyone was like, "Can you just make the show?" So we got a movie, and it's a pretty damn good movie, and it kind of leaves room open for more. Which I'm not gonna expect anything. I'm not gonna ask for anything, but I sure hope there's more. Oh, hang on. Thought I heard something. I should go investigate. Oh, never mind. I was wondering where my cat was, and she's right on my couch, sleeping. I don't know if you can see her. She's adorable. Nifty? Oh, yeah, my cat's name is Nifty. Is there an origin for Nifty's name? Kind of. There's a YouTube animated series called Has Been Hotel that just dropped for the first time recently, and there's a character briefly in it named Nifty, and I was like, that's a good name. And then I got this cat, and I was like, well. Hang on, some family matters have occurred. Oops. Looks like I got a couple things mixed up. We'll see how Ari gets out of this one. I'll figure out his little root nub thing later. I don't want to deal with it. Oh, hang on a sec. Sorry, chat room. I just had to make sure that I didn't mess up a vent. I don't know if that phone call was audible for you guys. Wow, my cat follows me around. That's so great. Hey, you want up? Actually, she probably wants food. I haven't given her a little treat in a while. Isn't she the best? Hey, you. Hey, Nifty. Oh, you're such a distraction. So all I want to do is pet you. I have to as well. She's a little baby, you know? She's just a little baby. She needs fatherly love. Yeah, she's a kitten. She's only like, maybe like 4 months old now. She's teething. It's great. Yeah, she's a cute origin story. My coworker is really into cats. And I was just kind of like thinking about getting a cat one week. I was just like, man, I kind of want a cat. I just didn't know if I could feasibly handle one, you know, in my apartment. I don't know anything about them. So I just asked her some questions about getting a cat, you know, what it was like, what to expect. And then, like a day or two later, a cat walked into her sister's workplace. And, you know, they were like, hey, we're going to donate this cat to a shelter unless anyone wants to foster it. So she was like, I'll take it. So she told her, you know, my friend coworker, who's her sister, about it. She's like, oh, there was just this guy telling me that he wanted to adopt a cat. So she showed me a picture of the cat. She's like, what do you think of this little girl? And I was like, she's really cute, but I don't know. It's a kitten. I kind of wanted to foster. But, you know, he's kind of... I eventually met the cat. I just thought she was super cute. I also didn't know anything about kittens. I didn't know how much work they were going to be. So I was like, all right, we can make this work. Knowing what I know now, I probably wouldn't have gotten a kitten. But she's pretty great. And I love her a lot. And I think it's working out quite well. For my first cat, I think it's going okay. Sasha, that's a good name. So I didn't know this until I got a cat. I didn't know that there were different kinds of cats. Did you name your cat Sasha? No, I named my cat Nifty. If you're... Cats are great if you are like, if you're not home all the time. I mean, not kittens. Kittens need you all the time. But cats, like, you can leave them alone for like a couple days. Oh, no problem, dude. Yeah, I think I wanted some companionship. I mean, I have a good amount, but I don't know. I just wanted a cat. I wanted to know what it was like to have a cat. Finally pulled that trigger. She wants food. Hang on. I forgot to give her lunch. I'm a bad dad. Nifty. There you are. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm back. Do I still meditate? Yes. Although it's been harder this month, having less time. But yeah, I try to get an hour a day in. Lately, it's been hard to hit that. Which I haven't meditated today yet. Fuck. I should do that very soon. Yeah, I meditate. I have a coach. Sure, I try to make it a habit to go on a retreat once a year. It's good shit. Get on that tater life. Also, if ever it crosses your mind, look into more meditation stuff. You may use me as a reference. I can try to answer any question you have. I find this stuff really interesting. And I think at this point I kind of know what I'm talking about. Anytime generally that you've learned, do you mean anything generally that you've learned lately that you find interesting? Lately, eh? Yeah, actually. I've been sort of. So there's like a lot of different kinds of meditations, right? A lot of different ways to meditate. The way I typically do is called, it's a very special kind of Vipassana meditation. But then there's this other stuff. It's a little like simpler in some ways. More to the point, and there's basically this very, very basic practice called do nothing meditation. And in a way, different teachers will teach it differently. You might have it as basic as sit there, close your eyes, don't try to do any meditation practice, just sit there with your eyes closed, and you're doing it. Do nothing. That's the practice. I learned it a way recently that I think was a little better than that. A little better method. And the method is essentially when you find yourself clinging to something, stop clinging. And you might think, well, now you're doing something. And the analogy that I really liked was this. Is that, alright, you have to actually do something with me in order for it to make sense. But make a fist as tight as you can. Like really just like make a very, very tight fist. Like it kind of hurts. Yeah, it should like make a very, very tight fist. Keep holding it. And at this point, stop doing that. And stopping isn't doing something. Letting go isn't a doing thing. Clenching is. You're doing something if you're clenching. Not clenching is its normal default state. And so the analogy there is that's what the mind is sort of like. Clinging to something, which your mind is very good at doing, is the doing. So the do nothing meditation is to like try and like find the subtlety of not doing that, and just doing it over and over and over again, and training your mind to like kind of relax more. That's its default state, is to cling to anything that it thinks it needs to survive and tell you a good story. So that's a cool concept that I really like. What are some examples of clinging? So for example, I've when I first got my cat, I'd go to work. It was very hard to just like work there and be like, she's alone at home. My cat's alone. I need to go see my cat. It was very hard to just not think about that. I was very much clinging to, this need of like, if I can just go there and feed her for a second, then everything will be okay. There are always sort of these micro thoughts everyone has of just like, just once I fix this thing, or I do that, or I, then I'll be happy. Then I can have fun now. And that mindset is a trap. That doesn't work. I'll often go to a rave or a show, just any show with someone, and they'll all, they get very drunk, and they reach this point where it's like, hey, we need to go get a beer. Oh, we need to go find our friend who we lost. We need to go over there now. I need to go take a smoke break. Like they're always on some kind of quest, trying to scratch some kind of itch, so they can then think, now we can have fun. But they never will. I don't know how much sense I'm making right now, but these are just some things I've been thinking about a lot more lately. Any other cool meditation thing that I've come across lately? pain's a really good teaching tool at a certain point. That was a cool insight. No, you're really soaking to me. Thank you. I would love to be a meditation teacher one day. That's kind of a... Oh, speaking. I was like, ooh, I like that sentence. Yeah, it's a tough thing to, to rewire, because, that's essentially what our brains are made to do. We have a default mode network. I don't know brain anatomy all that well, so I don't know what that network is made of. You can research if you want, but there's something called the default mode network in your brain. It's very tied to emotion and memory and all kinds of stuff. And that's the network that lights up when nothing else is really being engaged. And usually that's what leads to, bad memories, or thinking like, oh wait, there's this thing I need to do. There's this thing that's wrong with me. I'm fucked up. Like, that's usually when you're not doing something or engaged in activity, or that's the part of your brain that lights up. So some of the idea with meditation is that you're teaching yourself to become engaged in sensory that's happening right now, and gaining more concentration and sensory clarity and equanimity with whatever's actually happening around you. And over time, your default mode network is no longer your default network, because now you are engaging with things that are actually happening around you. So for example, there's a popular kind of meditation called walking meditation that's literally just you paying attention to the sensations of your feet, walking, and what it feels like, or maybe in your leg or in your thigh or whatever. But then over time you just find that, when I get up from work to go to the bathroom, I'm paying attention to what it feels like to walk there. And it, feels actually very interesting and very cool. And you might be thinking like, well, what's the benefit to that? It's that, before then I was thinking about just fuck all. Just a chatterbox of sound happening between my ears. Thinking about work, fantasizing about what's going to happen later that day. And it's just surprisingly better alternative to actually be focused on this kind of actually mundane thing. It's a lot nicer to be paying attention to what does walking feel like, as opposed to just some story about whatever. I get stubborn and try to brute force harder when gratifying those micro thoughts doesn't bring the gratification I want it to. Could you clarify what that means? Brute force harder on getting gratifying those micro thoughts doesn't bring the gratification I want. Oh, I kind of see what you mean. But do you mean mentally, or you're trying to do something in the external world that will grant you some kind of gratification? This is great. I'm talking about meditation on my stream. This is everything I've ever wanted. One thing I cling to a lot, actually, like that's very hard for me to let go of, and crowds my mind a lot, is this cartoon. I go about the day thinking about this cartoon a lot, and just how I want it to look, and how it will play, and what's not working right now, and what I need to do. And, you know, and it's a thing that like I'm passionate about, of course, and enjoy, but you know, how much my brain like latches onto it isn't, you know, the best. I mean, you know, think about opportunities when that's not an ideal time for that to happen. Like when I'm playing with my cat, I could instead be enjoying my cat. When I'm eating food, it could be enjoying the food more. When I'm taking a walk at the park, I could actually be enjoying the park, but oftentimes I think about this cartoon and, you know, all the work I still need to do, and oh, this part that I'm really excited to animate, and, you know, it's nice that I have something that I'm passionate about, but what's not ideal is how much it takes up my CPU. Like, I get in my head always trying to fix things or improve things, and maybe that's clinging because I mistakenly think I'm not trying hard enough when satisfying a climbing thought doesn't actually. That does sound like clinging to me. Hang on. What the fuck is my cat doing? You okay? Okay. She was climbing a pole. One of the poles I let her climb on. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. I think, you know, the great human experiment has been to constantly try and fix something over and over until you can finally live in bliss. And it doesn't seem to work. And the meditation Buddhist principle experiment is to essentially find equanimity with any situation or experience or sensory experience, and just find what's interesting about it. You know, earlier I hinted at saying pain is a meditator's best friend, because that's the idea, is that you spend time practicing trying to be curious and interested in what discomfort feels like. You know, like on retreats, of course, you have your legs get tired, your back gets tired, you're mentally tired. So when you complain to your teacher about this, they're just like, well, how do you know you're tired? How do you know your legs hurt? How do you really know that? And you spend time like just paying attention to what those things actually feel like, and they're actually very interesting. They don't even feel that terrible. The suffering actually comes from all the thoughts about that you need to fix them. The clinging is the actual thing that's causing you suffering more than the bad. You know, in your mind, you're just like, man, if my back wasn't so shitty, or if I had that cushion over there I could put under my leg, then I could meditate, and I'd be a good meditator, and then I'd be I'd be enlightened. But instead, if you learn to just like kind of sit there and just be interested in actually what's happening, good or bad, you develop this equanimity for it. And this actually evolves quite a bit. You know, you go to some pretty interesting places with there. But ultimately, the ultimate thing I think you can gain from this is you're preparing yourself for death. Because death is an unpleasant situation, emotionally and physically. If you're prepping yourself to be able to just see what emotions are there, or physical discomfort like nausea, you know, then the experience of death actually becomes a beautiful adventure and less of a horrifying thing. There's this cool equation I like, that suffering equals pain times, what is it? It's pain times resistance, pain times thought. I can't remember what they're saying. I'll look it up later. But the idea is that, you know, if you think about every sensory of unpleasantness as a unit, you know, let's say, for example, I have food poisoning. So here are all the sensories that are unpleasant of that. I have nausea. I have thoughts because I'm I'm thinking about how much this sucks. I'm feeling shitty. Like, you know, I like emotionally in my, we'll say maybe my shoulders and neck, there's tension because of how shitty I feel about it. There's like, I don't know, some tingling sensation around my ass because I took a huge horrible shit that day from the food poisoning. What was that, like 5 different sensory? If I actually spend time investigating and exploring those 5 different unpleasant sensory, you know, it sucks, but it's okay. It can be done. If I don't, if I let it stew and it all multiplies, as you know, let's say each one of those is 10 units of suffering. So we have 50. You know, we have my thoughts, my feelings, my nausea, my rashy ass, you know, whatever else I counted. We'll say 5, so 50. If I'm not paying attention to them and trying to deconstruct them, but instead just stewing in them, then they timed each other. So it's 5 times 50. We'll say that's 250 units of suffering now. So that's sort of the analogy I like. How do you think that plays with the danger of complacency? Because it's not like, I actually had a recent example of this. There was I remember I was driving home and I was worried because I had to feed my cat. She was hungry, and I was like stewing and just like, oh god, is my cat okay? Is my cat, I need to go feed my cat. And eventually it was just kind of like this point of just like, this isn't doing anything. Like I can let go of that. I still have to feed the cat. Cat still needs to be fed, but I don't have to cling to this. And that's it's all situational. Of course, if my girlfriend was in a car accident and was on the verge of death, I think I'd have a pretty hard time not clinging to that. But I also don't think that's impossible. It's just something, it's just a harder thing to not cling to. An incredibly hard thing not to. So you don't start there. You start with, we know whatever comes up when you practice on the cushion. That's the practice. That's the idea, is to just, see, that's part of it too. You're not just you're seeing how does your mind work? What comes up? What are the, what are the things that your mind latches to? And when you see how it all works, and you start to develop space to be able to decide how you're going to sort of like deal with it, That is a good common question though about like, aren't you gonna be complacent? And actually, like, a pretty big question in the history of Buddhist philosophy. People are always just like, well, you know, because it all stems on your ego is an illusion. You know, sorry, you know, your identity is an illusion. You're not your ego, and everything is an illusion. And people get into this nihilist place of, well, then why does anything matter? And you know, that's all kind of philosophy at that point. There are some people who are very deeply enlightened, and they'll just be like, yeah, it doesn't. I'll do horrible things. And but most of the time people are like, no, it matters the same way that like a good story matters. It's an illusion, but you know, it's still a pretty damn amazing one that, you know, you want to protect and cherish. Super Mario is an illusion, but I'll be damned if I'm not in love with it. Damn, I got rambly there. So yeah, I think I answered your question, Andrew. Happy to. I love talking about this shit. If you're ever curious about this kind of stuff, I recommend the dude Shinzen Young. His stuff can be a little esoteric at times, but he's a brilliant dude, and I think works very hard to try to make the techniques accessible and also applicable to any other meditation technique. So if you know how to use his system, you'd be pretty good at almost every system. So I think he's a good place to work from. And yeah, you'll definitely hear those same words coming from that you heard from me. Equanimity, concentration, equanimity, concentration, sensory clarity. Those are the three pillars to his Triforce that make up a sound highly in mind. say. Oh, I haven't played with her today. It's probably why she's so feisty. She needs, no, don't go on my desk. Don't go on my desk. Come on, get out of here. Oh, you wascally little wabbit. She's a lot. She's a lot. I think I'm gonna stream for like 1 more hour or so. Then I'm good for today. Yeah, I want to move this to Twitch sometime soon. I think it would be a lot more fun for some reason. I just need, I don't know. I guess I'll let you guys know too if I do, since this is great. Please keep coming to my streams. Sometimes you feel like you're just throwing stuff into the abyss and it ain't sticking to anything. You're just like, damn it, why am I doing this? Yeah, that's the plan, man. That's the plan. I'm using OBS to do this, and I really like that software. Oh, that's right. I love that, I don't really follow Zero all that much anymore, but I love that he calls his fan base the Scarf Army. It's so cheeky. I have to read you something, Justin. I think you'll appreciate it. Let me see if I can find it. Alright. I hope you're listening, because I'm going to read you. This is a fake article from Hard Drive. So listen up good, because I think you're going to appreciate this. This article is called Zero Tells Fiancé He'd Rather Just Stream Their Wedding Than Attend. Orlando. Professional Super Smash Bros. Player Gonzalo Zero Barrios reportedly told his fiancée Vanessa last night that he will not be attending their wedding this spring and will instead stream the event with commentary on his personal Twitch account, according to close sources. I have thought about this a lot, and I don't think that attending our wedding makes sense for me right now. My main source of income is streaming, and I just don't have it in me to practice dancing or walking down the aisle, especially now when Kingdom Hearts 3 is out, Barrios said to his fiancée while snuggling in bed. Thankfully, I have been given full permission to stream the entire event on Twitch, and I think that this is the type of content the Scarf Army would love to see from me anyway. Although fans were generally happy to learn that they will be able to watch the wedding from Zero's Twitch channel, some in the Smash Bros. Community attacked Barrios for his decision on Twitter. Zero is way past his prime, and he's just scared that he's not going to be the best if he shows up at the altar, said William Leffen in a series of tweets. If he's not careful, Vanessa's going to end up marrying somebody else. Probably Tweak, to be honest. That guy's vow game is absolutely nuts right now. At press time, Barrios and his fiancée reportedly decided to spend their honeymoon in Oakland so they could time it with Genesis 7 next year. Yeah, I thought you'd appreciate that. So apparently, he's moving from Twitch to Facebook. I think it was Facebook. Yeah, he's going to Facebook now, which I'm like, whoa. Facebook's poaching streamers? Yes, so I hear. Apparently he's become just such an underdog that it's kind of removed some of his heel attributes from him. I know, yeah, it's weird. But like, yeah, Zero made the financial decision that he should be streaming on Facebook now. I don't know if Facebook approached him. Probably. They probably gave him a good deal. That's what's happening nowadays with, you know, like, I mean, Ninja being the most famous case. This is crazy to me. I never thought Facebook would be a player in any of this. But at the same time, though, like, is it that surprising? Something about him saying, I think that's the kind of content the Scarf Army really wants to see right now is the part that gets me the best. The Scarf Army. Dude, seriously. I mean, that's what I hate about Disney Plus so much, is how much Disney's just taking shit up. And the mob moves that they pulled to get Spider-Man. I mean, come on. Disney's gonna own all media if people don't actually play carefully. Like, it frustrates me to think that, like, why they're gonna get away with it and succeed. Like, it's not like what Disney owns is oil or food or water. It's fucking Mickey Mouse. It's an old franchise about cowboys in space. It's a bunch of Muppets. I mean, stuff with a lot of nostalgic love and amazing media, but stuff that people are just not going to give up, even though it has absolutely no, I don't know, physical substance to them. They're going to be like, no, Disney has all the power. I need Star Wars. I'm gonna give him money. Let's be real. And I hate that. It's like, you can just not watch Star Wars, guys. It's like, shut your goddamn mouth. Not watch Star Wars. Don't you realize how many Disney Channel movies are on that streaming service? Oh, whoops. I think that's a good enough frame. Gotta get that smart house. I mean, let's be real. They have Johnny Tsunami and Tsunami 2 back on board. They have all of Disney's descendants. Oh yeah? What's up? What's up? Don't go on my desk. Please don't go on my desk. Please don't go on my desk. Let's see how this is all playing so far. Ooh. Here's the weird thing about that. So the answer is yes, but I don't know if they're called Green Portal. I mean, that's what the title card says, but like, I think my checks say Rick and Morty LLC. So I don't know if the company is technically called Green Portal or if they're called Rick and Morty. Probably it's all called Green Portal, but they have subsects. Sometimes studios do that. I don't really know. Several? Dude, 70 episode contract. Yeah, I might be in it for the long run, man. That's a lot more job security than most people in my field ever get. I'm a bit intimidated by that number, to be honest, too. It's a lot. I've had so many of my favorite things canceled early. Yeah, that is a good point. That's sort of how I felt about the Zim movie. I was like, we're good now, universe, we're good. It is pretty miraculous that Rick and Morty like made it. Like I don't know what it was. I mean, it's great, don't get me wrong, but a lot of great things, you know, got prematurely destroyed. Things that were like weird and cutting edge and ahead of their time, which are all the things I would say about Rick and Morty. Maybe not ahead of its time. It feels pretty in the zeitgeist, but it's certainly weird and unique and, you know, disturbing and dark, but it's a hit. It's a fucking hit, man. It is pretty universally like loved. Like dads like it a lot. Kids and dads. Characters love the art, and it has this perfect world that you can keep building on without worrying about putting yourself in a corner narratively. Yeah, it's got all the things. It ticks all the boxes. The whole family is great. The characters develop. You know, they certainly change. Like I like in this season, Rick is no longer. He doesn't call the shots of the family anymore. Like that first episode when he when Beth says like, Dad, there's a way we do this now. He's like, Morty, will you please escort me for Bortula Prime for death crystals? Which, by the way, that shot, that was your boy. I animated that sequence. But yeah, that was a good sequence that illustrated that, you know, that there's a change in this family dynamic now. And that's just like always what I wanted to see in cartoons when I was young. Just stuff changing and evolving and being like, oh, what? I wanted that in shows that didn't have that. I'd watch, like I remember like when Rugrats were like, and now Dee Dee's pregnant. It was like, oh shit! This is developing. and there was a time jump. You know what? As I'm saying this, Rugrats was the best anime that Nickelodeon ever had. It had a time jump. Rugrats had a time jump. I love all the things that you can tell Justin cares about. Like, you can tell he loves collectibles from the bit, with limited edition Zelda, 3DS, all this stuff. Yeah, that's exactly true. In fact, I recall the script even saying, like, you know, he sees the high C pouch and blah blah blah. I think it said, and a bunch of other stuff in Justin's office. You know, it's funny. If I ever talk about Rick and Morty publicly, I was actually supposed to contact Adult Swim first, but I just can't be bothered right now. So I'm just being very careful with what I say, honestly. Also, you know, it's not like this chat be popping. I think I'll be fine. And I'll probably also delete the recorded video of this after it's all said and done. But yeah, they've been incredibly protective of their IP this season. I'm not, you know, I can't just post clips of it for my reel at all. I also love in the premiere that they specifically lay out sometimes they're going to be these solo adventures, some groups, some experimental. Yeah, I love that too. Yeah, it goes by really fast. It wasn't until like my most recent listen that they're actually saying some pretty funny stuff in there. Just like sometimes we'll just do nothing at all. Just Rick and Morty. We'll just do nothing. You know, sometimes we'll raise the bar. Sometimes we won't. We'll go halfway up the bar. You know, we'll just barely graze up that bar at all. Something like that, anyway. I don't know, word for word. By the way, another shot in that premiere that I worked on was I did all the lip flap and some of the timing on Morty going like "Wah, wah," on the TV. That was a weird thing to work on. Kind of hurt my brain. It's after the courtroom. Yeah, no, then in the courtroom is going like, I love you. That wasn't me, but the one where he just says complete nonsense on the TV and all the different screens. I worked on that one. That was one of the last things I did for that episode, actually. Anything else significant on that one? I did one of the long shots of Morty walking around with a death crystal in his pocket, but you know, it just goes by so fast I don't even talk about it much because it's not a very recognizable shot, which sucks because it was really hard to do. It took me a long time, and I was like, God damn it, this is tough. But I never talk about it because I don't think anyone will recognize it if I explain it to them. Anything else in that one? Nothing significant. I even love watching speculation videos about things I like. things like did Rick get the wrong Jerry at the Jerry? Oh yeah. Yeah, there's some really cool videos. And like, I'm not in the writer's room, so even I get to enjoy those still. You know, I don't know the exact intention of the writers. I know a little bit of them. I'll say this, man. One of the things that fans have been curious about, they're gonna get some answers to this season. I recently saw a thing about the football shirt guy. I haven't. I don't know what that is. Oh, you know what? I went about this all wrong. Delete that. Whoa. Tell me who this football guy is. I just realized that I think I had a dream about Family Guy last night, but I don't remember how or what or why. I just remember Family Guy being a thing in my dreams, and that upsets me to realize. Hi, Lois. I have a friend who does a Family Guy improv show, and I've been vocal about not approving of it at the shows. I've screamed no before. Justin on a podcast said that he and the creator of Gravity Falls got drinks and decided to leave a coded message in their shows. Oh, I know a little bit about that actually. Yes, in season, is it 1 or 2? Put a character with a football on their shirt. Oh shit, I didn't know it went that deep. Damn, that's crazy. I think I'd heard about a character who was in both universes, but I didn't know about the football or the laces. That's crazy. Here, let me check this out. A previous director on the show told me about this. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. This is cool. This is real cool. Alright, where did you go? Alright, check it out. It's short. It's like a 20-second video.
Jeez, we lost him. They could have gone into any one of these.
They decided that the type of person who knows as much would be a hermit type of person. The word confidence, I think. Whoa. That's wholesome. I thought they were going to write something like virgin. Oh, really? Freaking Alex Hirsch? By the way, I don't know if you've seen Gravity Falls, but it's really good. I have seen the whole thing through, and it's pretty phenomenal. But again, though, it's Disney, so yeah, I'll bet you they're gonna make another Gravity Falls for Disney Plus. I just know they'll do that to me. Recently? Oh. Alright, sure. Darshi blows. Oh, I think I've seen some of that. I don't watch really any H3, but I think I've seen, you know, he's interviewed people who I was interested in, so I checked those out. And like I think I get it. I think I get what's cool about that show and him and why people like him so much. I'm just not generally big on podcasts, so I just kind of haven't given him the time. That's great. That's how you utilize voice actors on a charity stream. That's such a good idea. Oh, let's see. Oh, weird. Oh, wow. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I like. Apparently, that was like a last-minute idea too. I think Justin saw a recent episode of Gravity Falls and was like, "Wait, we have to do something." So the legend goes. Looks like we got Z-space issues. Let's see if we can fix them. So it's gonna be like that. Oh, you know what? No, this is easy. Can AT&I cameo a voice when you have a big hit show someday? Depends on the show. If it's union, I don't know. You'll have to join the Screen Actors Guild. But if it's not union, I hope so. You know, I'll give my 2 cents. I'll be like, no, you guys, they're so cheap. They'll do it for like nothing. Does that mean Elon is union? Oh, that's a great question. I have no idea how that works. I mean, you could afford to be. I don't know. Yeah, how do celebrity cameos like that work? I don't know. Got a lot of this done today. I knew it would be hard. Oh yeah, you saw my animatic, so you might have noticed that first shot of the camera rotating and shit. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do that. I really messed up. Really made things very hard for myself with that one. Not like he needs the money. It's not a, well, in a weird way I feel like there are labor laws and rules and just stuff that makes it so you can't not pay someone. You must get a lot of flow going when you plug into this because this is tiresome work. It depends on the shot, and honestly this stream is actually really helping. I haven't stopped working since I started 6 hours ago. Yeah, I mean, I'll say this too, that working on this really feels like I'm, this sort of like, what's the word, or the turn of phrase, I don't remember it, but it's incredibly freeing and a very different workflow for me than working on Rick and Morty. Like, it's much easier because I'm the boss and I get to say when things are done or not done and what I'm doing today. And so it's just like a, you know, like, hang on, I just got distracted by how much I didn't like that angle. The process is fun. It's tedious, but it's fun. What's the flow chart? That's a node view. That is pretty unique to Toon Boom. This is essentially the hierarchy and structure and order of how everything works. It does take some going over to understand it fully, but like, you know, this piece right here is Bento. This is nothing. I'll just unplug it. It's a default drawing that that's how it comes with. This is Radashida's rig. If I open up Bento's rig, here's a bunch of drawings and pegs and nodes and components that all make up how his rig works. Everything in here is his face, his arm. You know, his arm is just a drawing of a tube that I put a deformer on. I can move it around, but it's connected via this kinematic output node to a drawing of a glove. I can switch between other gloves that I've made in the rig too. Color art is coming out of here because I have you know, this glove divided into, actually don't, but I have this, yeah, this one's divided into line art and color art. So a glove is spitting out the color art, so it's being used to mask out this shine symbol, which here, I'll make that work now, because it's actually not happening right at the moment. And now and then, oh, I see, I just have the wrong drawing, so I didn't. Yeah, if I were to take all this red, put it in the color art section. Oh, no, I did that wrong. There. Now it's, that red is masking out this shine symbol. So I can, yeah, see, it won't ever leave the glove's boundaries because of that cutter. Yeah, that's how the node view more or less kind of works. It all reads left to right, but it can take Z space into consideration as well if you set it to do that. Because, you know, I can move things back and forward in Z space as well. Yeah, it's a fun language. It's made, this is what we use on Rick and Morty as well. The exact same software. I like how complicated the software looks for other people. It makes me feel like I'm very smart. I'm like, oh yes, I can navigate through this. Ooh. Alright, it's playing a lot better now that both characters are on screen. Bento is anyway. Before I thought he looked terrible, but now that he's actually, it's like, oh, he's reacting to that, everything makes more sense. Yeah, I think they're shaking too much there. I think I'm gonna tone that down. I think I'm gonna pack in a little early today. I've been working straight, no lunch break or anything. It's been like 6 hours, so I think I'm calling it. Justin, whoever else is still here, Miles or AT or whoever, thanks so much for doing this with me, hanging out. This is fun. Thanks, man. You too. Okay, I'm gonna go eat something and then see what my cat needs of me. Yes, I'll try to advertise it better. I sometimes post it on Facebook, also on Twitter. I post about it when I do it. But yeah, hope the rest of your day is going good. See ya.